What it do, what it do, what it do. It's your boy Big Val Opinion back with another live video. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that share button. And most importantly, make sure you sub to the channel. Turn on that post notification bell so that you be notified each and every time that your boy Big Val is going live, man. With that being said, let's get into this intro. R. Kelly asked that everyone come together and push the message about this BOP officer and Tasha K sharing his private emails and conversations with government star witnesses. Now you have people that are out here doing the work, pushing the message. If those people that are pushing the message about this BOP officer is being attacked by so-called R. Kelly supporters, you should think twice before you listen.
And I just really want people to know, I appreciate anybody that's helping me. I appreciate anybody that's helping me. A lot of people have been there for me. I just don't want people going back and forth, being mad at each other because one person did this for me and another person did that for me. That's what the devil wants. He wants to cause confusion. That's what these people want. They want to cause confusion. And confusion ain't going to do nothing but keep me in here. But the real thing here.
Council culture is really a thing. We throw away our legends easily, make them a meme. Cultural obligation, what does it really mean? We gotta stay on code, don't go against the team. You don't have to stand with me, just don't stand against. But if you gon' pick a side, don't straddle the fence. Mainstream media with propaganda, selective outrage, now we see the slander. False narratives being painted, the truth's tainted. As a result, the majority mind manipulated. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Do your due diligence, think for yourself, stay free. So many different agendas, it's hard to keep count. They use us against us, so many selling out. It's a sad thing to witness, it's all for the clout. The culture's compromised, and that's without a doubt. The culture's supposed to cultivate
cultural obligations. What do it really mean? Cultural obligation. What does it really mean? Cultural obligation. What does it really mean? It's your boy Big Vi back with another live video. Hope each and every one of you are having a great day, because I am having a great day. It has been a great day. We on the road. We on a mission. We bringing injustice to this BOP officer A. Shout out to God, because God did today. God did exactly what God said he would do. Today, God did exactly what he said he would do. I told y'all, I keep saying it. God say no weapon formed against us shall prosper, but he never said the weapon wasn't going to form. He never said the weapon wasn't going to form. You know what I'm saying? He never said the weapon wasn't going to form. So, you know, we take small victories and celebrate them like we celebrate them in a huge way. Because in my perspective, and I want to shout out the chat, A-Child, Donnell, Nikita, Provoked Thoughts, my brother Derek, Willie. What's up, Ms. V. White? Stephanie, Courtney, EJ. Shout out to y'all, man, because guess what? This is what it's about. It's about us, the people, pushing the message, keeping the message going, making and allowing Kel's voice to be heard through us in a correct and proper manner. We're gonna keep it positive. We're gonna keep it moving over here. Ain't no looking back. We only looking forward from here. Progress. What does it mean? Progress. Every day should be about progress with bringing and shedding light on the injustice that has taken place in this case. Now today, Cook County prosecutor to drop all charges against R.Kelly. State attorney Kim Fox announced. But hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put a little bit of pimping in it. This is the case this is the head of the snake. Is this or is this not the head of the snake? What's up, Jeff?
Big Bob, what's going on, bro?
What's going on, brother Jeff?
Oh man, peace and blessings.
What do it really mean?
Yo, can you hear me clearly, brother?
I hear you.
Yes, indeed, man. How you feeling today?
Man, cultural obligation. What does it really mean?
Man, that's a great question. Man, peace and blessings to you, brother. Everybody in the chat. Man, you know, like you just said, you know, it comes off as a small victory in disguise, but actually it's a huge victory because, like you said, you know, when you cut off the head, the body will fall. You know what I'm saying? And
Absolutely.
this was the beginning of it all. And I would even argue to say that this was the plot from the beginning to bring these charges in the state and for it to be elevated to a federal level so they can do what they did, the injustice to bring forth these erroneous charges that would be considered a criminal enterprise because they couldn't do that in a state form, so they had to elevate it to a federal form. So the thing about it that we have
Homeland Security,
by way of Homeland Security, there you go. And the thing about it is, you know, these charges were brought forth because it was predicated on the notion that he obstructed justice in 2008. Now we know in the Illinois federal case that those particular charges related to him being of obstruction or anything of that nature were thrown out, were dismissed. So one would have to question, without any conspiracy charges, that would ultimately lead to double jeopardy. So if he didn't obstruct justice, what are we here for? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I yield back and I'll let you brothers chime in.
Well,
welcome, Provoked Thoughts, aka my bro Derek. What's up with it?
Yo. It's funny how one name comes first now. It's interesting, but it's all good. You know, check this out, man. Look, we've been knowing, and me and you did talk about this earlier, that regardless the outcome of any of these federal cases, the Chicago case was going to get dismissed, regardless of the outcome of either one, two, or both of the federal cases. That case was going to get dismissed because that case was BS. It was smoke and mirrors, and it was pretty much, I would just say, it was what was holding everything up. Well, they charged him in his own state, so we can come. The feds can come get him every which way. That's pretty much what they did. But and then on top of all of that, they don't want this to be televised.
Mm-mm.
They don't want that. I mean, because you can mask a few lies because the media is helping you to mask it, because they telling the narrative that is what they think that people really want to hear, or what they choose to feed people. So you looking at a situation where Kim Fox came out and did a hotline and got her little charges off of her hotline and the people Michael Avenatti brought to her. Because everybody was
hold right there, hold right there. You just said a big name, Michael Avenatti. Hold right there. Let's get this in right quick. And we got a question for Mike. We got a question right there. We got a flag on the play right there. Let's get this in real quick. People want to know, is it really real? Breaking news today. We thought we would see this all over CNN, ABC, NBC.
Good afternoon. Tomorrow morning, counsel for Mr. Robert Kelly is scheduled to appear in court over the indictments that we brought forth nearly 4 years ago, charging him with 10 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse involving 4 victims. I'm here to inform you that the Cook County State's Attorney's Office will no longer be pursuing these indictments.
Good Lord.
So you brought up the Michael Avenatti. So are you telling me that she's trying to get away from this?
So and basically the tapes that was given to you that you gave to the feds, you had these charges and all this because of these tapes. Now you dropping them charges?
Well, let's dive into the actual charges. Like, there were 4 accusers. We had JP, we had RL, we had LW, and we had Williams, H. Williams. All of those cases, I would say, with the exception of RL, we all know that a boss baby. All of that was fluff. It was all about RL in Chicago, Illinois, period. So
this ain't been about nothing but trying to get R. Kelly back in the jam for 2008.
Exactly. So we know that being the catalyst. We know that particular thing being the catalyst is the only way that you could dress it up is to assume or accuse him of cheating previously with obstruction. Now, my question to that is, if we go through a whole federal case in Illinois and with his co-defendants, you could not link them to a conspiracy. What do we have here? You know what I'm saying? We have an obvious double jeopardy, in my opinion, because if he didn't obstruct justice, he won that. He got acquitted fair and justice.
Fair and square.
Right. And obstruction of justice was the basis of their case. They came back based on
the fact that Michael Avenatti threw out there that he paid for the silence of Rashana Landfair. That's what Michael Avenatti said out of his mouth, and he kept on saying that shit in the beginning. So that's what they latched on to in order to indict this man, to bring that case back up to the forefront, because Chicago was all about that girl.
Yep.
Right. And if she was in the Chicago state, and then they used her in the federal, then you come back and you drop the state. Now, how does that look when you look at the federal? So y'all brung it state first, then it went federal, then back to state. Is it just she said, well, we just gonna drop all charges? But if you said this man done something, you gotta prove that he done this shit that you said. You just can't. Oh, we just gonna let him off the hook because the feds got him. No.
Exactly, Big Vi. And let's look at it to expound on what you just said. Now, this was strategically done because who do we know that have cases that have accusers from 3 or 4 different districts that are all intertwined with each other without the cases? What I said that would hold credence to what Jennifer Bonjean alleges as ineffective counsel. There should have been a motion to consolidate, especially all of these federal charges should have been consolidated. And what I mean by consolidated is that they should have been, if they're federal, and majority of these accusers are the same ones in different jurisdictions, it should have been placed up under one federal courtroom. Why do you have this man in court over here in this jurisdiction and court over there with different charges? One would say adequate attorney would have been a no-brainer to put a motion in to consolidate so we could bring all of this under one venue. So let's try this, and we could save the taxpayers money and save us time and money as well in our judicial system. That never happened. So what that lets me know was this was done strategically to cause confusion.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take Geronda Pace out of jurisdiction. How? The shit that she claimed happened in Chicago. How the hell did she get in New York? The same shit with the star witness.
Things that make you say,
I feel like jurisdiction should have been challenged right there alone.
That's because they wanted to come up with this bullshit ass enterprise. That's why they was all out in California and shit, and all around in New York and shit. And because, like I said, this was a vicious assault on this man. Like, they just wanted to do some fucked up shit to him because of what they saw.
Oh yeah, in Chicago.
The text messages right now. The text messages. Now, Kim Fox is trying to cover her ass to avoid from having to answer about these text messages. Her and Michael Avenatti messaging each other back and forth about meeting in the O'Hare airport.
Now, I don't want them
to told her he had tape.
I don't want them to think that just because y'all done dropped the case that y'all ain't got to give away that intelligence and all that information that y'all asses got over there, state of Chicago, the Chicago, Illinois state, whatever the hell. Y'all come up with cough that bullshit up. I'm going to need the phone calls and all of that shit Kim Fox and Michael Avenatti did. Everything.
Oh, yeah. And why saying don't be cruel to Minnesota all of a sudden? After it come, right before all the shit break through, when Jennifer discovered that she had been communicating with the star witness in the Chicago case. She had been getting communications from Jim Derogatis as well. Then come to find out she was in contact with the CI.
Yeah, all that
contact with the BOP and Tasha K.
And all of that correspondence should be implemented within all appeals because it was brought up as evidence in each trial. So they can't use that exculpatory evidence. No, all of that was brought forth as far as evidence. Yeah. So
they not coughing up. They not coughing up that BOP officer information because they know it's over with if they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's a whole wrap.
The BOP has got entangled with sharing this information with Tasha K. This shit got into the hands of the prosecutors or the federal government, and people who was asking about this, and this just a thought to throw out there. Now, Storm and Tasha K used to be close best friends. So Storm tells R. Kelly on this call about who R. Kelly was trying to figure out what this people is. People saying, well, it's Tasha K daddy. Well, her dad probably did work, and her daddy probably had somebody to do a favor for him. It probably went through her dad. But when I heard Storm say this, it kind of directed me to this BOP officer being a woman.
This lady is that stole all of my information and shared it with a damn blogger. Bloggers become bloggers, and big-time bloggers like Tasha K by sharing information.
That is true.
Especially celebrity information.
Right.
So this BOP officer knew damn well what she was doing when she gave it to Tasha. She knew what she was going to do with it. And if she didn't know, she still knew the capabilities, the possibilities of what she could do with it, it being my R. Kelly's information. And she gave it to her regardless.
Well, of course, and she was a fan of Tasha's as well, and she watched the show, and you know, she decided to do that for whatever reason. She decided to do that, but she was a fan of hers as well, and 20,000 people watching live heard that.
So when people come at me telling Big Vi, you don't know what you're talking about, Big Vi, you ain't paying attention to this, Big Vi, you don't see that. One thing I tell y'all Big Vi do. My granddad always told me, you got 2 eyes and 2 ears and 1 mouth. You look and listen twice as much as you talk. When I'm listening to these interviews, I'm listening to shit that's being said. When R. Kelly told Storm, I had a good chance of winning I know I had a good chance of winning my case. But when you hear that man tone of voice change, when he say, but that opportunity was taken from me, I felt that shit. I felt that shit.
Yep, it was stolen from me, bro. I got robbed.
And it's one thing to be incarcerated or being not just incarcerated, but being disciplined or being reprimanded for something that you know you did wrong and it was a fair process. But when you're being punished for something that you knew that they cheated against you, your soul is not able to rest. Your spirit, it won't rest until you get it right. Because just like when Bill Cosby was in jail and they offered him a deal to take some classes, but he would have to admit some level of guilt. He said, I'd rather die before I take that class. And if you look up, a day later, he was acquitted of all charges due to them violating his rights. You know what I'm saying? So Kells is like, man, look, man, I'm not finna rest. I'm not finna sit up here. And I'm pretty sure Jennifer is on board. We're gone. I mean, the damage is done. Speak your mind, speak your truth. This is the guidelines of what you can say. If you notice, he said, I can't name names that are people that are involved with my case, but this is what I can tell you. Because this is something that is public record.
People out here saying shit like this. You got people out here saying that this BOP officer, this person is supposed to be a supporter of R. Kelly, who's saying that this BOP officer and her actions had nothing to do with the New York trial. But I told her, I warned her earlier that I'm going to make her ass famous, so I'm finna make her famous. Because if you are a supporter of R. Kelly and you are talking this way about R. Kelly, this is the problem that R. Kelly is having with the supporters in his group.
Yeah, educate yourself, because to make a statement like that, you clearly don't have a full understanding of what's going on, because that is the catalyst of him even being charged federally.
Look, if that girl Azriel hadn't got that information, she wouldn't have been popping off at the mouth like she was. She wouldn't have started that fight with the Joycelyn. She wouldn't have Joycelyn wouldn't have went to jail that day. All that stuff happened in the same day. She went down there and cussed this man out at the doggone prison on his birthday about some shit she saw and some shit she heard. When it started a fight with his other chick, I mean, it's obvious what happened.
Oh yeah.
It's obvious what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it don't take a lot to really look at it and see what happened. And when we speak of things, witness tampering, enticement, inducement, coercion, the same things that they are accusing this man of that are federal crimes, that's what they use, persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
And now we got somebody that want to be famous. And it is no disrespect to Ready Red. I have nothing against you whatsoever. But when you try to come and tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about in my Tasha K voice, you gonna come try to tell me that I know what I'm talking about? Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But I do not force my opinion on nobody. I don't make nobody listen to me. I don't make nobody follow me. I tell people all the time, these are my opinions. When you hear my brother Jeff talk, them Jeff opinions. Derek talk, that's Derek opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. If we agree to disagree, we ain't gonna get in here and fall out with each other. We're gonna make sense of this shit though before we leave.
Hey, Vi,
but this
we got our opinions, bro. I'm sorry not to cut you off, brother, but I just wanted to add on to what you were saying. We have our opinions, but what Kels is talking about is pure facts because it's documented.
We literally watched it happen.
Affidavit, 2019.
We literally watched it happen in real time. If you were a real Kel supporter, you saw all of this shit pop off in real time. If you really support this man, you saw it.
It ain't no like BS, but now it's BS. Now it's BS. Now it's BS. You ain't come for me, but now it's BS. Made this statement and made it what you made it. I told you in the comments that I was going to address it because first of all, you say we learned about this during the New York trial. Bunjean brought it up after she came on board. This was brought up before Bunjean came on board. Actually, Kenneth brought it up. R.Kelly said in the interview that when they brought it to the lawyer, to the judge told them that they was going to look into it. And if they saw any wrongdoing, they would dismiss the case. Do anybody in the chat remember this? Do anybody remember this? When this was brought up in the trial about this article that was printed in 2019 by Chicago Sun-Times.
Yep.
And you know what's crazy? No matter how you try to beat somebody over the head with the truth and real facts, they not ever gonna learn. You know, they're not ever gonna really understand. The thing about it is that Tasha K and that BOP officer was in collusion together. Whatever Tasha K's angle was and whatever she did, she tampered with a witness. She literally gave that young lady everything she wanted her to see. Everything she wanted her to know. Not give they didn't give full information.
And then you say, hold on. But all of this shit, bro. But when you saw it for yourself earlier, dear. Did this person not call R.Kelly a damn fool?
A damn fool. But I think that one of the problems
R.Kelly a damn fool, right?
One of the problems has been he hasn't spoken up for himself. Legal bullcrap has always been that you ain't supposed to speak up for yourself and fight for your freedom and let somebody else do it. But people know genuine shit when they hear it, most times. But when you sitting up here and you being fed all these bad acts and all this shit and ain't no motions going through for somebody, and it seemed like that they one step ahead of this person. That was by design. That was because information was being delved out that had no business. None. That's illegal. You can't do it. It affected the trial.
No, but she say this had nothing. She say
that
Taco
girl.
P had
It
nothing to
flipped
do with the
that
New
girl.
York trial.
And truth be told, if she don't believe it, it would flip her if she got some information too. You know what I'm saying? If you don't believe that can happen, it can happen to you. It definitely happened. It happened. That girl got that information. She was pissed. And the first thing she wanted to do was watch that man burn, like most scorned women will. Now we talking about law, but I'm talking about some real shit. We gonna get past what they did legally, illegally, because you can be illegal and try to make stuff legal shit happen. They do it all the time. That's what we've been talking about. That's why we call it injustice, because it's not correct. You tell me and pull up a law where it's cool to take somebody's information and disseminate it everywhere. Tell me where that law is. That's okay. That's fine. We gonna give up his lawyer-client privileged information. That's cool. Show me a law, since that's what we talking. It's case law everywhere.
But hey, D, just to add to what you're saying, and everyone has, like Big Vi said, and how you just illustrated it, brother, like point blank range. What if we could just take R.Kelly's words verbatim? You know what I'm saying? The way that you kill that whole argument is this: black and white, men and women lie. Black and white does not lie in a courtroom. What has been, documented is the fact what he said. These are things that can be researched. Was there an affidavit that a federal judge saw fit to put forth a search warrant? Yes, it happened. Can you research that for yourself? Yes, you can. You could pull up the affidavit. You could get the information, and you could see that happened. Is it documented that someone accessed this man information and disseminated it, over 153 times over a 6-month period? Yes, it has happened. You can look that up. That's not opinion. That is fact. Is that illegal? Yes, it is. You can look that up and you can research that and see that is fact. Has it changed the trajectory of this man's case? Yes, you can look that up. You can see where people have admitted to that on several different, that's fact, not opinion. These are things that we are speaking that are pure fact. I yield back.
Tasha K been so arrogant to say she helped put him in jail. How? I'll tell you how. You helped to flip a witness.
Uh-huh.
Somebody.
And this is another thing. Why do people think we all are supporters? We all are fans in some way, supporters in another way, whatever. How are we, as people on the outside, can fix our mouth to say, I know his attorney did not approve? How do you know?
You don't know.
How do you know? What Tasha K done wasn't in the New York trial. What the fuck are you watching? What are you watching? How can you come and try to correct someone when you're incorrect?
Exactly. And I would never, and I want to make this as a I want to make this as a disclaimer. And I don't want to speak for my brother Big Vi, but as it pertains to Ready Red, it was never any. I could say this with all confidence. We not using that to come at you, sweetheart. We just using this as an example to show that we all could use. Just look at it. Just look at it for what it is. It's not to come at you and discredit you or do anything nefarious to you. We're just using this as an example of how we can educate ourselves on how we can speak to facts opposed to opinion. Now, we can speak our opinion and then freely as well, but we have to stick to the facts. The facts are this. All of this information is documented. So it's not no attack on you, sister. So I don't want you to think that we're attacking you or on any type of term. You know what I'm saying? So I yield back on that.
Absolutely
And to
not.
call Kels a fool, to call this man a fool when this man say, I feel like I'm in a casket kicking. The man say, I feel like I'm being buried alive. And at this point, I don't give a damn if a roach walk past with information that can help me. I would accept that roach. He said, but what I don't need is people out here fighting, going back and forth about who helping me and who not, and who doing this and who not. When you come out, this man already have enough against him. How do you know Bunjean did not approve this man speaking? How? What facts do you have to prove the fact of him speaking? What facts do you have to prove that R.Kelly did not? And then the man that came on and spoke on 3 different occasions. Have you seen Jennifer Bunjean, who is not shy on Twitter at all, to come out and make a statement? Have Jennifer talked to both of the cases is over with anyway. Both of the cases are over with. Who else better to advocate for? I'm gonna speak for myself if don't nobody else speak for me. This can't, what he's talking about, what happened to him, this shit was in the Chicago Sun-Times. This is the affidavit on the stream. You want to see the motion?
It's a lot of things. This man has been violated on so many. This man has been violated on so many different levels. This is just something. This is something that I believe that his attorney is telling him that it's okay to speak on. For reason being that she's telling him it's okay to speak on because it can be solidified. It could be authenticated because there is public record. It's digital footprints that show you. So it's not alleged. So his attorney is, this is what you can speak on. This is what you can't speak on.
Right, and I'm finna play it right here. Then he tells, I'm finna play the audio, but then we hear him tell Storm, if I was doing something that wasn't, the BOP would have been cut this phone call off right now. Did he say that on the interview?
There you go. There you go.
I'm gonna let you hear him say it out of his mouth.
The Middleman presents Talk of the Town with Nick Eden. Today we are talking about the death of the major label, 2013.
Is this at the same time? Because I know who I was talking to. It's hard to trust people. People take my words, they twist them, and all I'm trying to do is get out the truth.
Yes.
And that's the only reason I continue talking is because even though I'm in the dark and don't know who I'm talking to, my strength comes from because I'm telling the truth. You know? So I was going to say, man, you mean to tell me a BOP disciplinary hearing officer is going to just wake up one day and say, let me just take a chance on my career, losing my career and going to jail, and just access all of my private phone calls?
It doesn't make sense, because personally I wouldn't risk my career like that.
That's my point. You know, let me just take a chance and just access R.Kelly's records, private records between him and his girlfriend and his attorney 153 times. So let me do it 153 times. Let me scan that to my own personal Gmail, and then let me send that to a blogger, Tasha K, who happens to know my girlfriend Joycelyn father really good, who happens to know the parents of the government witness in my case. These are not coincidences, man. This is a plan. You know what plan it is? People have to figure that out for themselves. But it's a plan. Those are too many coincidences. And who's gonna do that? And besides, I'm already going through enough. So I wrote this thing down because I don't want to be scrambling on this phone for my little 15 minutes.
I got you.
And And I know my own handwriting, so when people hear me say I wrote this down, I don't want nobody to go, oh, I thought you couldn't write. Well, I can't spell, but I can write. So this is my own handwriting. I said, I'm already going through enough. And the last thing I need is a BOP officer and a blogger illegally stealing and sharing my private phone calls and emails. Between me and my relationship, who just happened to be the government's star witness in my case. They have to stop acting like this didn't happen, or like it's not a big deal, because it's a really big deal. So big that I believe it tainted my case in a lot of ways, which also I believe was the plan, at least when it comes to this BOP officer and Tasha K. Because ask yourself, what other reason would a BOP officer, a disciplinary hearing officer who's like a judge in the prisons, why would they illegally access all of my emails and phone calls? Why? What is the reason to do that? And send that to her own personal Gmail account. Give all of that information to a very influential blogger, Tasha K. Why would Tasha K need to share all of that with government witnesses in my case? Why were they both allowed to get away with it? This happened 4 years ago. This happened around the same time my girl was flipping on me and lying on me. It's been 4 years now, and I, nor my attorneys, even know who this lady is, this BOP officer. Don't know her name. I don't know if she's white, black, I don't know what, we haven't been told anything. How does she know Tasha K? How did they meet on this planet? How did a disciplinary hearing officer and a blogger meet?
Grown right here in the Lone Star State. To bring the freshest of Texas.
Yeah, people will say R.Kelly's just fishing. He's just trying to figure something out to get out of jail. You're damn right, because I'm not supposed to be in here. You don't have to fish, though, with this situation, because there's a search warrant, an affidavit that backs up everything I'm saying. People are just ignoring it. But it exists. It's in the public. It's in the system. It's in black and white that this BOP officer and Tasha K did this. And although the investigation is not fully disclosed, it should be. It was executed by a federal agent. Not R. Kelly, not my attorneys, but by a federal agent. It was signed off by a federal judge who would never sign off on a search warrant unless there was enough probable cause to do so. I don't have to lie on anybody.
This call is from a federal prison.
And I definitely wouldn't be in the BOP, being held by the BOP, detained by the BOP, and on this damn phone lying on the BOP. Besides, it's not that I'm coming against the BOP. I'm coming against this BOP officer. And besides, if I was lying, this phone call would have been disconnected. Okay? It would have been cut off on me. But because I'm telling the truth, it's not. I know I had a very good chance of beating my case That chance was stolen from me when this BOP officer decided to illegally steal all my information and share it with government witnesses through Tasha K. And this is according to the OIJ. There was an investigation done, a search warrant done back in 2019, back in 2020, before I even went to court, which means I really shouldn't even went to trial until this investigation was fully investigated. It's because now I'm found guilty, and here I am looking at all of this information that could have helped me in my case. It could have stopped people from being on the stand that was scoring them mad at me because they found some illegal contraband shown to them by Tasha K. From this BOP officer stealing it. If I'm not making sense, just leave my ass in here. But I know I'm making sense. And all I want is the full disclosure. I want full disclosure on this investigation. I want to know this lady who stole my information and gave it to Tasha K. I want to know why she did it. I want to know how she met Tasha K. I want to know why they did this to me. I want to know who else is involved. Why? Because you damn right I want to go home, bro. I want to get my life back. Because nobody deserves this. I don't care if you have a traffic ticket. I don't care what kind of case you have. You have the right to prove your innocence.
She wasn't even 18.
You know what? And see, this is my thing because I'm watching every.
She wasn't even 18.
You know what? And see, this is my thing because I'm watching everything that's going on, and don't none of y'all seem happy that like Kels is locked up. Like it's still.
This what you gotta understand with me. I'm still dealing with my daughter, my child, who's fucked up, and this is why motherfuckers like this old smart dummy over there, and that side chick, none of them can ever understand. Because they rock that shit all day long, keep saying ass this, that, this. Y'all keeping that shit going. Because if they didn't speak about it, it wouldn't be keep going. But they speak about it because you need channels, you need growth now, this and that, and that's fine. But don't get mad when I speak on something and it's about my life. Because y'all invading my space and making my life into a different type of lifestyle. Because now I got to watch the internet again, see what this shit is, watch my family. Because how this shit going with this motion, guess what? Azrael could be pulled back in on some shit because of life.
Wait. Why you say that? Why you say
real well? Because of the motions. Did you read the motion? Read the motion.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So they they might call her in and be like, "Did you get
exactly. Now
the
we need to exactly. Now we need to hear
run
this
it back.
part and that part again.
Yeah.
Yes. So now when she thinking she moving her life on, this dummy done dragged her in there because he want to be on his YouTube talking about, oh yeah, I got this, and we seen that, and you seen his father there, his mother there, this and that. Man, we was visiting. My wife never stayed at that fucking house. My son never stayed at his house. What the fuck is he talking about?
But you know, they might
shit goofy.
Oh, because they say they might pull you too, because she ain't say your name.
I promise you. Listen to me. I promise you they ain't gonna call me. Listen to me. I promise you.
Yeah.
And when you hear Angelo talking about the motion, this is the motion that he's talking about. The motion that he's talking about is the motion that is attached to this affidavit.
Right.
The motion that is attached to this affidavit for this BOP officer. Why is he concerned? Reddy Red said the BOP officer and Tasha what they do with the New York trial. Where the fucking rock at that Reddy Red been hiding under? Because clearly that's the affidavit right there. This affidavit was issued in 2019. This shit should have been bought out in court. R. Kelly said when this shit was brought to court, the judge told him that they will investigate it. If I keep playing the Storm Monroe recordings, you will hear him say the judge told him they would investigate it, but they had to continue on with the trial. And Donnelly said if they found any wrongdoing, then they would declare a mistrial. But did they do that? They kept the case going. I'm not tripping. I'm not new. You might have just heard of me. You might have just saw me, but I've been around this shit. I've been paying attention to what's been going on. So now when we look at what's going on in Chicago with Kim Fox dropping her case, this is the catalyst to every case that came about. This case right here is the reason why any of these other cases ever came about. And this right here is by way of surviving R. Kelly.
Yeah, and to be fair,
who took a docuseries and came out with an indictment, a state indictment, and charged somebody with it, and charged R. Kelly with it.
Absolutely.
And the first thing she get on the podium to say she was a fucking victim of sexual assault. First of all, how are you even prosecuting the case that you are a victim of sexual assault? That's a conflict of interest.
Absolutely. And to be fair, I would understand what she was saying if there wasn't any documentation that couldn't be validated. But the difference here is this is something that any and every citizen could look up for themselves. It's something that I would think that his attorney would encourage him to speak out about, since the trials are over and I know he's been dying to speak. Okay, these are your guidelines, because there's a digital footprint to validate what you're saying. You can look up all of this information yourself. So it's not like this is hurting him. It's helping him. I salute him for speaking out and bringing awareness to the injustice that has happened to him, because it's not alleged. This is what happened. There's affidavits, there's search warrants, there's things that you can look up for yourself to validate what's being said. It's nothing alleged. Now, there's other violations that have been done against this man, countless of violations. But this one here is something that can be researched, can be pinpointed, and can be shown to anybody that had a question about this man being violated. So I think that this was an excellent starting point. It's the point is if you look at it, when you talk about witness tampering, when you talk about interfering in the federal case, it's all there. And it's validated, it's public record for anybody to research. So if he was going to speak about anything, I'm pretty sure Jennifer Bongine gave him, okay, this is what you can talk about, and I yield back.
Absolutely. I mean, because when you think about it,
you listen to how he talks. Listen to how he's talking about the incident. The way that he's framing, the way he's talking about the incident is when you listen to how he talk about the incident, he's talking about it as if he has been talked to about it already. The way that he's phrasing what he's saying. So he know what he can talk about, he know what he can't talk about. If he didn't know what he could talk about or not, he would be saying the person name.
Yeah, he wouldn't play with it
and say, I can't.
He wouldn't play with his freedom like that. He know better. He know what he can talk about and what he can't. And that's what we need to bring awareness to. Why do you think Gloria Allred is all of a sudden want to silence his supporters? Right. Because he's talking about the right things right now.
Right. It's time to be where we should have been 4 years ago talking about injustice.
Yep.
Where we should have stayed talking about injustice. But like I always want to keep on bringing to the forefront, we couldn't get past a blogger having more views than me, or a blogger maybe making a point that I might have made in a different type of way. We couldn't get past, oh my God, you was on watching my channel, you commented in my chat, and now you over there commenting in their chat. Why you over there with them?
Mm-hmm.
That type of foolishness, it became awkward and confusing, and it wasn't about R.Kelly no more. It was about somebody's life and they feelings about somebody else besides what we came here for.
Exactly.
You promised me chicken when I got here. It was beans. You ain't no chicken. Like, what the hell? For real, I mean that's what happened to us, man.
And
So
I just want to say this. I want to ask you all this. Do you think the government will risk? Do you think the government will risk their face to protect Tasha K and her daddy?
Nope.
Not at all.
Do you think they're gonna risk their face to protect Tasha K and her daddy?
No go. I don't believe
anything, it. They will be using Tasha K and her daddy to get rid of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And charging them and locking their ass up. Y'all interfering with our case. But instead, this person, whoever this BOP officer is someone of importance to them. I don't see a federal government protecting these black people. Now, the federal government love niggas now. They love them. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, it is 2023, so hey, shit might be different. I don't understand, but if anything that I mean, as a federal government, we look. This is a escape route. We can use her and her daddy to get out of this shit. They played us. They lied us. They used us. They misled us. Let's charge her and her daddy. Lock them up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, her daddy probably know who this BOP officer is. But when you hear, I look at shit like Storm Monroe. Well, Storm Monroe and Tasha K used to be best friends. The man go to Storm because Storm and Tasha K, you know, they kind of like they ain't seeing eye to eye right now. Why would Storm tell R.Kelly on that phone call that this woman is a fan of Tasha K's page who did this?
I don't know, man.
You think Storm don't know?
I still don't trust these niggas. I don't trust nothing come out there.
I don't either. But it's a lot of shit that I done seen. A lot of shit that I done seen men do. But you gotta be a feminine ass man to be that caught up in some shit like this.
Well.
And go back to my point. Do you think the government will be protecting these two people? Other than at this point, their cases blew up. Their cases blew up right now. So right now, if anything, they could be saving their face by blaming these two individuals.
Yeah.
They can easily blame these two individuals and walk and put their ass in jail and let R. Kelly out.
Mm-mm.
Whoever this other person, this head BOP person is, I mean, not only did this motherfucker break the law, they broke the law by sending the emails to themselves, but then they let this motherfucker retire. Bad as they don't want niggas to have their pension. An early retirement at that. A quick retirement, 5 months. This Officer A is this person might not even be might probably wasn't even an officer. You never know.
Might have been a home security agent.
I'm telling you, man, this officer, the way they're protecting this officer, I don't even think Joe Biden got protection like this.
It might be Angel Cruz. Shit, for all we know.
You never know. You never know. You never know. But, we all got speculation, man, and that's it. It's all an opinion. And I don't want to say that, nobody wrong. And I want to say that, I'm right. I could be wrong. I could be right. Nobody know. All we know is Officer A.
Officer Angel Cruz.
That's it. The only person they give up. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Now, how is it that give up A so easily, but they protect Officer A?
Mm-hmm.
Why wasn't Tasha K individual A? But they let us know who Tasha K was.
Mm-hmm.
If it was her daddy would tell him, "Look, y'all gotta protect my daughter too, right?"
Mm-hmm.
If y'all gonna protect me, you gotta protect my daughter. What up, J Rock? What up, Sir Miguel? What up, Lil Mac? Lil Mac in here too. We're gonna let Lil Mac get in here, man, for a little bit. What's on your mind, Lil Mac? I don't know. We got Lil Mac Savage or Lil Mac Clary tonight, man.
Produce receipt in my wife self some motherfucking R.Kelly. Yeah, how y'all doing, man? Yeah, I was just y'all hear me? Y'all hear me, man?
Yeah, yes, it did. What up, Lil Mac?
What up, Jeff?
What up, Lil Mac? What up, Jeff?
J Rock.
J Rock,
what up, Lil Mac? What up, Jeff?
I want to make a few points.
Big vibes, Sir Miguel, what's up?
Yeah, I'll make it quick so everybody else, what I'm saying, get to say what they got to say. See, this is my personal opinion with this case with Kim Fox. She kicked it off. And then when Stephen Greenberg came out and said that these are, old cases, cases he now already settled and beat. When she said that, he knew he was going to be able to beat those cases. So what they did was they indicted them as, okay, we're going to try him with the RICO. Because then Stephen Greenberg said all these are crumped up charges. And another thing, they dropped that state case because it was going to be televised. You can't televise federal cases. And that was going to expose a lot of people. It was going to expose a lot of stuff like the world was going to see. It was going to be bigger than Twitter, YouTube. The whole world was going to see, they did this. Oh, she lied. She did this. Yep. And then I seen what the other lady, Ruby Red, came in. She was talking about that Kel shouldn't be talking about it. I think he should be talking about it. I think he don't need to shut up. He need to keep on talking about it. And we need to keep on talking about it because if we make enough noise, he trying to get access to the information. You know what I'm saying? Who all got that information, you know what I'm saying? Who this BOP also passed it around to. If it got somewhere in that where it was tainting his case, which we know for sure that Tasha K gave the information to Larry McGee. Not Larry McGee.
Yes.
And Angelo Clare. See, Larry know that Angelo. Angelo know that Larry know everything that he did. That's why he trying to, shit, Larry up because Larry holds his hand and know his hand. So that's why he trying to put a cease and desist on that man because he know that once that Larry go to talking, he gonna expose a whole lot of stuff. So my advice to everybody,
cancel each other out. They
keep spreading it, man. Don't shut up, man. Then because I think what that BOP officer did, and once Kale access that information, along with all those accusers lied and made up those stories, in which we debunked that, Canada debunked, everybody debunked that. They're going, help them. But what that BOP officer did is going, bring them home. It's going to be the deal breaker because that right there, that's in violation of everything. And yeah, I think all they're going to help more. All they're going to do more help them come home. And I'll yield back.
It's the case. I mean, it created a hostile witness, man. It literally created a hostile witness.
Right. You
What
can't
up,
come
J
in
Rock?
now.
You
The
was
law.
in J Rock. You came in after Lil Mac. So Lil Mac, when Lil Mac wrap it up, J Rock, man, come on, let us know what you got on your mind.
The law is based off facts. You can't, you know what I'm saying, come in there and take some what a scorned woman said, a scorned person said, because that you know she just in the heat of that moment she was mad. That's not facts. You can't, you know what I'm saying, rely off that person's testimony. If they had an agenda against this person, they mad at this person. They're just like Kim Fox. She shouldn't even been, you know what I'm saying, a prosecutor over this case because she wasn't she was abused. She was sexually assaulted. Like, you can't, you know what I'm saying, be in a courtroom and giving a testimony of this person and lying on this person because you mad at them. Like, when you dealing with the law, you got to go by facts, and you never know. That's just like if somebody you cool with, you didn't, you know what I'm saying, do nothing to them, and they just go lie on you at your job, you out of a job, and you didn't do nothing because they lied because they were mad at you. But then when they get the information that, oh, this why she did that, you're gonna get your job back. It's common sense.
Mm-hmm.
What up, J Rock?
What up, Big Vibe? What up, everybody on the panel?
What you got to put into this gun?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna say this. You know, first thing. I was on the phone with my sister earlier. Today was her birthday, so I had to wish her a happy birthday and everything. Talk with her for a few, and one of the things I did bring up to her, I told her that the Cook County DA dropped the charges against R.Kelly in state cases, and she was like, "What?" I said, "Yeah." And I brought up the fact about the BOP officer, everything about how his records was accessed illegally. Also, the fact not just on his records, phone calls, emails, all other sensitive information that should not have even been sent out in the first place, which she was shocked because she didn't know anything about that. But the other reason I said why I believe Kim Fox dropped that case was being that this was not a federal trial, but it's a state trial. This trial had the potential to be televised.
OTV.
And it was going to be a nationally televised trial. So now, because see, here's the thing. Everything that has been done to R. Kelly has been done under the cloud of secrecy this whole time. Now, you get to the point where you now have a chance to prove everything you said about this man on a platform that could potentially be a nationally televised platform with this trial, but you decide to drop the case.
They ain't want to do that.
Exactly, Jeff, because now all of the fuckery they have done to R. Kelly will now
that's what I said. It's gonna
display.
Yeah, it was gonna be for the world to see.
It was going to be on full display, and Kim Fox in that office did not want to take that chance. Also, I'll say this as well. I know some of y'all probably heard about, Ricky Smiley losing his son.
Yeah, that was sad,
and I hate that for him. You know, and my heart goes out to his family for that.
Absolutely.
But, at the same time, I can't really say, I'm thinking on the lines of, he has been one of the people that's speaking a whole lot of malicious things about R. Kelly, especially over the past couple of years. And now all of a sudden, because I've said it before time and time again, I've said every time somebody put their mouth on this man's name in a negative way, something bad happens to them. They always catch their own private hell. And losing your child is one. And I'm not a parent, but I can tell you what. Anybody who's a parent, that's the worst thing that you don't want to ever have happen. The fact that you have to bury your child. That I know that's a devastating pill he's gonna have to swallow. But I say all that to say this. You can't turn around and throw out aspersions like that on someone like that when you don't completely know the facts, and then on top of that, and then on top of all of that, you still have to go back, and then the truth start coming out. You still gonna have to you're gonna have to answer for that, because at the end of the day, you can't put your name on people's mouth, like put your people name in your mouth like that and think it's gonna be cool. Because one of the things they say in the Bible says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness."
Javante Cunningham.
Ooh, that's a whole other discussion if you really think about it. Because that woman still, because when I sniffed that lie,
she take her ass nappy cuts.
When I sniffed that lie out on her, talking about, well, Aaliyah and R.Kelly having sex in the back of a tour bus. What tour were you on? Because only one tour he would have been on around that time, and we all know what it is by now. It would have been the Private Line tour with Gerald Levert. That was the only tour he would have been on, because his other tours he didn't have a highlighted tour until the 12-play tour, which was about a year and a half, 2 years later.
Aaliyah couldn't even perform with R. Kelly because they was gonna do a show, I think in Florida, Orlando, Florida, for the Coke, and she was too young to go on the stage with them. She wasn't old enough, so she didn't come back to perform.
Yes, and see what what gets me is like, because I saw I caught a little bit of the live earlier. One of the things that got me was y'all mentioned the fact about Kim Fox and the communications with Michael Avenatti at O'Hare Airport. That's another thing. That's another reason why I know she dropped that case, because she didn't want those communications to get out also.
You're right.
She's already in enough hot water it is with Jussie Smollett, because she still catches smoke on that.
Yep.
And if this comes out too, it's going to be a call for her to be removed from that position.
That's why I say.
I think what she did was she held it on to the feds pick it up.
That's why I say all of that was strategically done. They brought forth these charges on a state level for the feds to become involved, so they can elevate it to a federal level to charge this man with a RICO, so they can hold him without bond, because they studied the previous 2008 trial. So they knew what they were up against. They knew how to attack this time. So all of that was done strategically. Now, if you look at the charges and how it fell, the 4 charges in the state case, we all know were weak. You know what I'm saying? And they had to make a fake conspiracy charge to elevate it to a federal level. Now, all of that was predicated on the notion that he obstructed justice, when none of that was substantiated in the Illinois state trial. So it shows you, why wasn't these charges consolidated under one jurisdiction when all of the accusers are terribly intertwined within each jurisdiction? You have 4 or 5 jurisdictions charging this man.
They did that because, for one, everybody that was, was under the age of, 17, by it being in Chicago, that's the age of consent. So basically, if he did sleep with those women that they accused him of being 17, that's not a crime. You ain't got no case. And then not only that, y'all see him saying that this man obstructed justice, but I mean, y'all call him a RICO, but he was found not guilty on obstruction. My thing is, that's the whole purpose of, being a RICO, criminal enterprise and all that. He's saying that he, bribed a government official, but and then in the other case, y'all saying that, he paid people off, to get his case dropped. But my thing is, that was proving that he didn't do that. So how can you say that he's a criminal enterprise when he was not charged of obstruction? Those are the main type of charges when you're dealing with a RICO.
Absolutely, Lil Mac. And then on top of that, when you have a RICO organization, you've got several different entities or tentacles that go with that. You got accountants. You got other business people that and other business titles that's connected to you. You've got a lot connected. So how are you going to have a RICO with different various things connected to you, and he's the only one in jail?
Right, and then how can you say he's sex trafficking people when these was his girlfriends? Hell, if that's the case, I'm sex trafficking right now, man. Shit, I'm gonna take my girlfriend on state line for Valentine's Day. So shit, I'm telling my girlfriend I can't do that. I ain't trying to catch no man. Sex trafficking.
Hey,
Man, don't.
We ain't going across state line.
We got 7 people here, man. So we want to give everybody opportunity to speak on it.
Oh,
so
my bad.
You still got Sir Miguel down here. We still got Dana J down here. J Rock, if you were done with your statement, we're gonna let Sir Miguel get in on it. Then Dana J get in on it.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm good. I yield back.
Yeah, we loaded tonight. Sir Miguel, what's up with it?
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm just gonna be real brief. The proof is always in the pudding. Number one. Number two, when snakes hang together, somebody gonna eventually get bit. Number one. Don't forget, with all these cases, especially in New York, it's not only just the BOP stuff. And when she breaks everything down in the appeal, she's going to have to break down the predicate acts within the Mann Act, RICO, and all that good stuff. So with that being said, he has a very good chance of winning his appeal. And of course, with the state case, they had no other choice but to drop, because I guarantee you their witnesses would have been broken down and probably would have slipped up based on the information that they was given and the contradictory stories that they were given, even throughout the media and so forth and so on. But at the end of the day, God will prevail. Just keep fighting, keep speaking the truth, not only about the BOP officer, but the overcharge, the excessive charges with the RICO, the Mann Act, and everything else. And just got to keep fighting, man, and just keep bringing awareness to it. And at the end of the day, the government, we all know they're going to do dirty shit. But when they get exposed, they don't like it. So right now they're being exposed across the board. And I guarantee you more shit going to come out as time go by. And hey, man, it is what it is. That's all I really got to say for right now.
Love, no RICO.
All right. Hey, look, man. I seen in my chat say I only got 72 likes. We got 153 up here with 72 likes. I mean, look here, man. If y'all want to be on them platforms where the blogger all up in the comments dancing, you know what I'm saying? All in the comments cussing you out. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't appreciate what y'all getting here, man. Look, man, let me know. Y'all ain't showing me no love, man. It's free. The like button is free. But fuck with me, man. Hit that like button, man. Let me know y'all enjoying the content.
Yeah,
man.
Jay Savage,
Load the panel over here tonight, and we talking that talk.
Hey, value about
Hold on, we gonna hit
about
this
94
right
now.
Let me hit this disclaimer right quick. Bow. Welcome to Big Vow Opinion. Moderators, with my permission, any negativity in the chat should be hidden from this channel. This channel is a negativity-free channel, drama-free channel, and we are here to push the message out. We will not be distracted. So with my permission, any negativity in the chat should be hidden from this channel. Welcome to Big Vow Opinion Platform. Now I want to go somewhere right quick because I want to know before Dana J come up. want to know what we have seen in the case. And I want to know, what do you feel this right here interview? Do you think this interview and some of the stuff that Rob talked about in this interview?
I want to jump ahead because the 7-year turmoil that you went through vis-a-vis the trial for child pornography, your advisors, almost to a person, told you over and over and over again, while you're going through this period, Kels, do not put out sexually explicit material. Do not. The audience can't handle that. Your fans can't handle it. It's not going to be good for the outcome of this trial. Tone it down. Don't put that out. You ignore all of them. Do it anyway and get bold with it. It's during this period you put out Chocolate Factory. You put out Remix. You put out Ignition. Here they're telling you not to do this, and you put out a song about putting your key in the ignition. I read that and I wanted to ask, so I will, why it is that you went against your advisors? What is it that you were thinking, that you were feeling, that kept you doing that when everybody else told you not to do that?
Well, first of all, let me say, I wasn't bold about it, and I didn't totally ignore them, because that would be the worst thing to do, is totally ignore your advisors or your lawyers. I listened to them, we talked, we discussed the situation. I felt strong, very strong, as I said many years ago about the trial, that I will have my day in court, and I will be innocent, and I will walk away, and I will move on with my life. I said that in the beginning. I said that during the middle part of the trial and everything else. I look at my music like a soldier looks at his sword. You never put your sword down in the midst of a war. You never lay down in the midst of a war. And I think that my lawyers were good lawyers, great lawyers, but I didn't think they had that part down. And you have to be the soldier in the midst of the war to even understand that. And I was the soldier on the front line for my life, for my kids' life, for my fans. And I told them I would not lay down. I would not stop doing music. Why would I do that? I think that would say, oh yeah, he did it. I think that would say all of the things that people want to say about R. Kelly. So I did what I'm supposed to do. Like any fireman that goes up in the building, they don't get to the building and say, oh, wait a minute, that's just too much fire. But you're a fireman. So go and fight the fire. Don't care how much it is. I had to go and I had to do my music. I'm not going to change my lyric. I'm not going to change my name. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to do my music. And that's what I did. And that's what I told the company, even though they continued to say, no, don't do it. But the minute Ignition came out, which was the first song I did, it blew up. And all of a sudden the company's calling me, everybody's calling me, come do an album cover shoot. We got to get the rest of this album done. We got to go there. We got to bring your clothes. We're going to have I ain't got no doggone makeup person. Yeah. You got some makeup, bring your own makeup. We'll do it. I mean, it just got crazy. So I did what I felt was right for myself.
Now, seeing that interview and seeing everything that took place in 2019, they came with these charges. They came with surviving R. Kelly. They came with mute R. Kelly. They came with all these, like, man, in every angle you could think of, they came and kind of boxed R. Kelly in. Do you think all of this, like, what are your thoughts on it?
Oh, without a doubt. They studied him. Yeah, they studied everything from that 08 trial, because Michael Avenatti came out and said that he showed the tape, the CNN, he put the tape on Twitter saying, look, they were talking about the mole on his back in the 2008 trial. Right. He gonna come on Twitter showing the picture with the mole on his back. I like this one right here, man, something else. Then we didn't have, like we found out, they didn't have no audio in the tape back in 2008. Now this one got audio saying, give me this 14-year-old P. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the last tape, they have audio. Oh, well, now it's 3 different tapes. But we don't know what somebody been holding these tapes. You got a tape over there in Philadelphia. You got a tape, know what I'm saying? Lisa Van Allen got a tape. What the other dude name? That testified in the Chicago trial. I forgot his name though. He got a tape talking about some Darren McDavid didn't pay him his money. Mike Avenatti took a tape to CNN. Like, come on, how's that? That let me know right there, man. That tape, man, wasn't no child pornography, because it's no way there that y'all let these people in CNN view a tape. If you let them view a tape, that had to be either some BS or a tape that had consenting adults on them. Because you ain't finna just walk up and CNN playing a sex tape with some children on them. And then my thing is, why ain't nobody
Jim Derrick got
Yeah, Jim Derrick got a tape. He got a tape. He had his hand around everything, but then he can't come into court to testify to what he had and what he had. But soon as one of these documentaries come out, he can get on one of them, or he can write a book. That should let you know, man, right there, man. These people are fake, phony, and fugazi. They're just trying to do anything for $1 to frame this man. Because if you know something, you got some important information that can help these so-called black girls that he always talking about. Why you didn't come to court and testify and stand on what you said? Because you know you was gonna get caught up in a lie. And every one of them witnesses that was in that New York case or in Chicago case that came against R. Kelly, they got caught up in some type of lie about something. So let me know that. Oh, go ahead.
Y'all had immunity as well.
Yeah. You know what, Lil Mac? I wonder where was Jim Derrick Goddess when he found out that Kim Fox dropped the charges, and I want to know what his reaction was when he heard the news.
Oh, he didn't cuss Kim Fox out today.
Oh, he probably
he called Kim Fox everything under the sun.
Well, he told Stephen Greenberg, "Don't misquote a victim. Don't misquote a victim." Steve Greenberg, don't you got a book coming out?
Greenberg told that motherfucker, calm down. Greenberg said, calm down. Don't you got a book to be writing? Greenberg killed me, bro.
Steve Greenberg used to go hard in the paint. He said everything my wife and I touch is toxic. It's toxic. These cases are trumped up. These cases are trumped up cases. All cases, he didn't face NP.
Man, this shit is so crazy, bro. But man, this is from today. Today's news, man.
Good afternoon. Tomorrow morning, counsel for Mr. Robert Kelly is scheduled to appear in court over the indictments that we brought forth nearly 4 years ago, charging him with 10 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse involving 4 victims. I'm here to inform you that the Cook County State's Attorney's Office will no longer be pursuing these indictments.
You saw her body language, right?
Man, she lost so much weight though, bro. Look how little she was.
See,
she looked like she was defeated.
You saw how them shoulders were hung. Them shoulders were hung low, and she wasn't nearly as cocky as she was, or had that same kind of venom that she had at the beginning of all this.
Yeah, because she can't.
You want to know how the audio got on the tape, Lil Mac?
Oh yeah,
deep fake. How the audio got on the tape? Oh yeah.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
Jordan Peele created this fake video of President Obama to demonstrate how easy it is to put words in someone else's mouth.
Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet.
Not everyone bought it, but the technology behind such frauds is rapidly improving, even as worries increase about their potential for harm. This is your Bloomberg Quick Take on deepfakes. Deepfakes, or realistic-looking fake videos and audio, gained popularity as a means of adding famous actresses into porn scenes. Despite bans on major websites, they remain easy to make and
Yeah. Because in the state trial, in the 2008 trial, they said that tape, you know what I'm saying, it was fugazi. It was doctored. One of Kel's lawyers came out, said it was doctored. Said that, he said it had different scenes, the mole missing on his back. Only thing they knew, this is my strong opinion, they knew that tape they had of RSK, they saying he was on there with that girl. He went on there with that girl, and for one, they needed her testimony because they knew that tape was BS. Just think about it, you got Charles Freeman, Lisa Van Allen coming in and testifying. Just imagine if Rashonda didn't come in there and, you know what I'm saying, they didn't strong on her with the PPP loans, and they didn't, you know what I'm saying, bribe her with the lifetime immunity. She just said, stood 10 toes down, so I'm not testifying. Man, R.Kelly would have been acquitted on all charges. That's the only way that they won that case. They don't be cruel, coerced Rashonda Landford and talked to her and her mother into testifying. But just think about it.
But Lil Mac,
go ahead.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Lil Mac, let me ask you this, and let me say, and what's up, panel? What's up, I hear where you at, and you're in a right ballpark. But I'm gonna ask you this question that everybody is overlooking. When in America have you ever heard a judge say a testimony overweighs the power of a videotape?
Right. I was just getting at that too, Dana. Yeah, you're right, man. Like that, if they would have had those forensic experts and allowed her to come in there and verify that tape was fake, he would have walked too. That's another hand. That's another thing they did. They tied his hands behind his back. He couldn't defend himself. Oh, so she said she on the tape, so it's authentic. Because she said,
that's another
lied
thing.
in 2008. Oh, she lied.
That's another thing. Here's the other thing. It's like you saying that that's her on the tape, and then y'all saying, I mean, the government saying it's her on the tape. She told y'all that it wasn't her on the tape. Y'all, in the same charges y'all gave Rob in New York, y'all did in New York and Chicago, and it was overlooked. But wait, check this out. If you're gonna go that route, if you're gonna do that thing, right, then I'm gonna ask this question. If you're gonna overlook the coercion of the government, if you're gonna overlook the enticement of the government, then how are you gonna overplay the non-coercion and the non-enticement of Rob Kelly?
Right.
And then
it's a situation where I can do it, but you can't do it.
Facts. Then the other thing is, Charles Freeman said, I'm 100% for sure that was underage girls on there, right? Keith Morrell came in and said, well, I had the same tape, and it wasn't no underage girls. It was consensual adults, and one of them was Drea. Okay, so nobody never explained how the tape became a DVD. But wait a minute. It only became a DVD when a 31 charges was dropped on Michael Avenatti. And for the people that's coming in late, when everybody went to court and Michael Avenatti first sent the DVD in, it would not play for nobody. So if that DVD wouldn't play for nobody, how they get one that play now?
Right.
These are things that nobody is talking about, because the DVD that the feds have, and they clearly said it was given to them by Kim Foxx's office. Well, that's the same DVD, but that was in the state case, and the judge got mad because it wouldn't play.
and they tried 7 different devices, and it wouldn't play. But when they get to the feds, then it play. See, the whole game is, or was, we gonna make this as bad as it can be, and we gonna villainize Robert Kelly, and we gonna make him the walking Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Right, they played on the jurors' emotions.
Right, right. Hold on,
because they didn't want it to play. They ain't wanted to play in state because if it would have played in the state, then therefore it would have gave the defense, as far as R. Kelly team, a heads up of what they got.
Not really.
Or what
Watch
they were
this.
trying to present. So
Not really.
Even when Jennifer,
not really.
But when Jennifer stated that she was bringing, I'm gonna say this though. Came on board, say that she was bringing in for analysis, and people like that to investigate that they claim to have. Then they changed the whole. Hold on, we got to come up with a different strategy now.
Well, watch this, Vi. Here's the whole meat and the potatoes of it. The state would have tried to charge Robert Kelly. The judge would have lost his license. Kim Fox would have got impeached, and all them lawyers would have lost their license. Because now you can invoke double jeopardy.
Right.
So it had to be
right.
So it had to be superseded to the federal, and they had to curve the names of the charges. Why? Because if you don't curve the name, it's still double jeopardy, even though you took it to another jurisdiction. And the only reason why it would have still been double jeopardy if they didn't curve the name is because Robert was found not guilty. It was a judgment on that. However, they had to curve the name, and they had to use the resources of the government and to make it more to make it more crazy. And the government got the power to coerce. Huh?
I got a question. Did they use? I know they said they had 3 different tapes, but did they use one of the tapes in the 2008 trial to convict him this time around too? A tape
Listen, here's the thing.
No, the main tape that they was from the 2008 trial.
Yeah. Right. That's what I'm asking.
They claim it went missing.
Yeah, it was never a tape. What they did was they went and got the video from Robert's home camcorder stuff. I mean, not camcorder, but from his home alarm thing, that monitors his house and all that. But they went and got that. And what they did was they meshed a lot of stuff together, and then when they went through, they picked out certain parts that they wanted that fit their narrative. At the end of the day, why was it that when Jennifer wanted to bring video analysis in, but the judge said no, that's going to hold up our case? At the end of the day, if Robert was so guilty, if the government and was so for sure, why do you got to change wording? Why do you got to change and to or?
They did that in New York too, didn't it?
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't change the wording, Robert don't have a conviction.
After hearing the testimony.
Not just after hearing the testimony, Vi. After both sides done came to the agreement.
They wait to hear the testimony. Then they go and change the words after they heard the argument. Then they go change.
The judge didn't want a hung jury. That's how it was. He wanted a straight, you know what I'm saying, verdict. You know what I'm saying, guilty or innocent. And they knew if they changed that word, and it was gonna, you know what I'm saying, he was gonna help. See, my thing, I think Leonard Webber just bounced off what Ann Dunley did. He didn't do nothing. He just did the same stuff, you know what I'm saying, Dunley did. And just roll along with what she.
Well, who was telling them that they needed to speed up? Who was telling them that they needed to speed up when they the ones delayed the trial?
That's the $1 million question, Vi, right there. Who told Leonard Webber to speed up?
Because when the trial first hit, the Chicago federal trial, Darren McDavid kept asking us for a speedy retrial. They weren't granted to him. But then soon as it got in court, Leonard Webber said, we're going to speed this thing up. We ain't going to be here that long. We're going to be in and out. Because that trial, like the Chicago trial, like it flew by. The New York trial, it, you know what I'm saying, landed on for a while. But the Chicago, it was like he was in, he was out.
I still have but I can't see who all on the panel, but I got a question. Back in 98, from 98 to 2006, right? How is it possible for somebody underage with no ID to board a commercial airline flight with no chaperone, and that's all you got to do is say a passcode, get on, fly, then go to a hotel with no ID, say a passcode, and go to a room? It's impossible. I just want your opinion on that, fella.
If that happened, Dana, if that happened, Dana,
just because of me having a son that travels via air, and the procedure that I had to go through. Now, I didn't ask the guy exactly when did this policy change, but they say if you are 16 or over, you can fly without doing. My son being 14, I had to fill paperwork. I had the photo ID of the person who was receiving him on the other end. The address had to match. He had to wear this thing around his neck. And when he got on the airplane, when he got off the plane, the person receiving him had to sign it. It's a paper trail. Now the guy, I asked the guy while I was in the airport, like, how, because that question, I had that question because of what, knowing what had took place. But he like, but you don't have to do that part as far as filling out the effort, but you have to have a guardian to bring you to purchase your ticket.
If you put a minor,
your parent have to purchase your ticket.
Facts. So I'm trying to figure out.
You put a minor on the plane, but if they are 15 or older, the parent have to purchase the ticket, but they can come to the airport and do the rest of the stuff they sell. But if they are unaccompanied minor, the parent have to be there the whole step of the way until they are handed off onto the airplane.
Facts. So I'm trying to figure out, how was the jurors and the judge able to sit there and listen to that lie?
That's a good point.
See, it's the small things that you can pick out that could have threw this whole case out. Which makes me think that Levin Weber said, you know what? I done had some profile cases. There's going to be a high profile case. I'm going to hit this and I'm gone. We all going to find out at sentencing his temperament. But at anywho, when you have people who's just getting on the stand and overtly attacking a lawyer, that don't show a sign of confidence, but that show a sign of fear. Because if you're confident, you're not going to attack. You're going to welcome everything that comes, and you're going to do it calmly. However, the next thing I was tripping about, Lisa Van Allen. Y'all go get her. Y'all have to go get her from the hotel, but then y'all spinning around and try to make her credible. How? And if anybody paid attention to Kim Fox today, And she said in Chicago, he's facing 10 to 90 years, right? Okay, 10 to 90 years on misdemeanors? No, it goes back to what I said. He's going to get whatever the judge want to give him. But his sentencing guidelines are now heightened due to the fact that he got convicted. I mean, not convicted, but I hate saying it. He got selected in New York, which means
you're right,
which means one thing. They can give him higher time, right? So I have one question for everybody. And this is my last question.
At the end of the day, they gonna use his New York conviction,
right?
Boost his because you know on the feds to go by guidelines,
right?
So now he's not in a category 0 or whatever the case may be. Now he's in a category where his minimum.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, his minimum is because now technically he has a conviction.
Right.
Under wicked. I'm not gonna lie, even in the feds, I had a YO case when I was 16. Mind you, a YO, they're not supposed to use that at all. Like a YO is like completely, the feds still use my YO against me.
Right. And then watch this. And the point that I'm making in the last question that I'm gonna ask, and this is just for people to think. I'm just giving y'all stuff to think about. And so that way later, and we can come back and y'all be like, you know what? I thought about that and yada, 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 I got this, I got that. Here's the next question. If Chicago State filed charges, right? New York came in and applied charges. Chicago came behind New York and applied charges. Chicago held him. He was transported to New York. When he finished there, he got transported back to Chicago. Watch this. The state dropped their case.
Mm-hmm.
Who has jurisdiction?
Mm-hmm.
That kills the case alone because the person that filed the charges first have jurisdiction. So Chicago State have jurisdiction. Yes, when the feds come in, it supersede. So therefore, New York have jurisdiction and not Chicago. But nobody's talking about it, so they playing around with it in your face.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's just something for y'all to think about, fellas.
Facts.
Yeah, but like you said, Dana, like, this don't show Lena Weber's hand.
Was talked about. It should have been way earlier in the beginning when they started playing with that shit.
Watch this, Vi. Anytime jurisdiction is challenged, the case has to stop. And it can be challenged at any given time.
And Rose said,
what you say? Rose said what?
I love it. You know who I love to hear from? Dana. Rose. After this.
Well, I got him coming back on the channel soon, so we working that out now. But I'm just saying, fellas, this is just sharpening tools, and for us to keep in our, holster, just so if we ever have to face this, we already know what to do. That's all.
You're right, Dana. Definitely something to think about.
Facts. And if you look at Kim Foxx's body temperament today, that temperament simply says, I'm going to get him.
Oh, she was mad. She was defeated.
Of course.
She was completely defeated.
Son, the shit just pissed me the hell off because it's like, son, They knew what they was doing, son. This shit was very calculated. Like you can't sit here and tell me everything was a coincidence. You would never get me to fucking believe that. Everything was just so planned. It's like, yo, y'all cooked up a whole bunch of bullshit charges, and then now y'all dropped the charges.
So I got something for their ass. I got something for their ass right now. We're gonna take a break.
This shit just pissed me off.
Go finish. I'm gonna let you finish your statement, then we gonna take a break and we're gonna listen to some real music.
But he might get the minimum. He could.
Lil Mac, they ain't giving that man the minimum.
Let's see how they play
it. That judge gonna give him.
But they gotta look. He lost the obstruction charges though. So like will that play affecting? Like he didn't get like a clear conviction. Like he wasn't convicted on all counts. So
he's gonna give him 15 to 25.
Yeah. So will they run concurrent or are they gonna be consecutive?
It should be concurrent.
So we just gonna do, if they do a concurrent, it's just gonna be the 30, right?
If you go, if
they're gonna add the 30 plus and then they're gonna be
no, if it's consecutive, then he gonna add whatever on. But what the case may be, if it's concurrent, don't be surprised if these niggas is assholes and a motherfucker give him 50. Just to supersede that 30. Like basically, he got to do the 30 from the New York, and then they added. Basically, he got to do another 20.
But I remember, watch this. Nobody paying attention into what Kim Fox said. She done reiterated everything that Michael Avenatti said, and she said he will not. It will be most likely that he will never see the light of day again. Kim Fox, how do you know that?
Yeah, she's speaking too fast.
You know what, Dana? I actually missed that part, Dana. You know what?
Yeah.
I can see him coming home. I can see him winning an appeal on both of these cases in Chicago and in New York, because based off of allowing Chicago,
the shit in New York is gonna be a domino effect.
And me right now,
New York is gonna be a domino effect.
Chicago, that's double jeopardy, because y'all saying he obstructed in his last case, but he was found out guilty of obstruction. All y'all got is some tapes, and then if Jennifer can, you know what I'm saying, found a way to write a motion where she can get those tapes, question those tapes, because they didn't let her, you know what I'm saying, her forensic experts come in and verify what these tapes authentic from the jump. They just went off her old girl testimony, and she could have been lying back in 2008 in the trial. I think he can beat that too, those charges.
Well, watch this, Lil Mac. Watch this, Lil Mac. It'd be dumb and to bring the forensics in now when the government went out on a limb and told y'all ain't none of the tapes consecutive, ain't none of the tapes authenticated. They came out and told you.
They said it.
They said, yep.
So here's my question. If that's the case, how are you going to convict him? Well, I'm gonna tell you how.
Let's jump back to New York real quick.
Remember Danny J.
When they said R.Kelly took Jane cross state line to California, but didn't Alex Clare buy the ticket? So he didn't bring her to California. Technically, Alex did.
It's so many, you know what? And you got a great point. It's so many technicalities with this, bro. But
and
like I was saying,
her back to Chicago.
Yeah, but like I was saying about this whole forensic thing. At the end of the day, there's no need to bring forensics in when the government already admitted to it, right? So if the government already admitted to, and the tapes is like out of whack and this and this, and they can't verify which is the original or not, then here's my question. And it goes back to the first question that I asked. When do a person's word overrule video depiction that y'all put in play? Robert ain't put it in play.
You want to know
Y'all did.
when? You want to know when?
They use testimony as evidence. That's what they've been doing.
You want to know when? You want to know
That's
when,
what
Dana
they've
J?
been doing all
You can't
cases.
use testimony, bro.
We talking
No,
over each other.
hold
We
on.
talking over
Hold
each
on.
other.
Dana J, you want to know when testimony overrules evidence? In the
When?
feds. Them niggas do that shit every day. In the feds.
Yeah, the federal
They don't never find none of these kingpins with a grain of salt. Everything is all off of, yeah, I seen him do this and this and that. He sent him over there to go hit this lick. He sent, bro, feds, they the only one that could do that bullshit, bro.
Hey, Dean. Hey, Dean.
Why the feds always throwing conspiracy charges on people? Because they know they ain't got no nonsense.
Because they know
you can
exactly.
convict anybody off conspiracy.
Exactly. Yo.
But hey, Dean, watch this. That's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then that's when for the kingpins always cave into it, right? So watch this. R.Kelly ain't never cave into none of that. So here's my next question. If you're going to run word of mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if that's how it's going to roll, even with New York, then the whole Aaliyah testimony is bullshit. And because her last 5 interviews, she said her and Robert and was never together. So how you going to make her be with Robert and she's in the ground?
Facts. No, then, bro, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying them niggas the only greasy motherfuckers that they bend and twist the law to fit their narrative at all costs, bro. It's like, yo, because we see they do it all the time. It's like, yo, it's like, how can I put it? It's like, my thing is like, yo, all right, this person is so-called telling the truth. But now, like, when it be on the defense side now, somebody could come in and then, you got what I'm saying? Let's just say Rob bringing somebody to debunk what they saying. They want you to go out and go get physical, you got what I'm saying, physical evidence and all that. Nah. Y'all want to convict me all over hearsay. So why I can't bring somebody in to just back me all over hearsay? And it's just a fucked up game that they do all the time, bro.
Facts.
No, that's all. You know, you can use testimony as evidence,
like,
because how we not know these
like
motherfuckers lying?
Like with the feds, you gotta come with stone cold evidence, concrete evidence on your behalf as you fight in your case. These motherfuckers just come up with a whole cooked up plan. Just look at it, bro. Nigga, he the only man ever in history to catch a RICO off of his stardom.
So wait, I got one better. He the only man I ever known out of gangsterism and everybody else to be the only person who have a case in 2 jurisdictions with over 4 people going against him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody in the goddamn case got immunity.
Exactly.
I can say one thing: he got a strong enough chance though. Once his appeal get a grand to win, beat that shit though. It's too much, especially in New York.
See, if them motherfuckers is playing fair, or them up here, that man could, like, let's just say that man could be dead to rights. But how y'all got your conviction was flat out illegal, bro. Flat out illegal. Like, yeah, it's not like I could understand motherfuckers' amendment rights get violated every day. We ain't gonna sit there. But 1 or 2, cool. But the fact that y'all violate over like 6, 7 amendment rights of his, that's ridiculous. Because it's like, if y'all so-called had an open and closed cut case, it's like, yo, bro, y'all wouldn't have to go do all that extra shit, bro. Y'all wouldn't.
Right.
See, I want to go back to what Dana said earlier.
We gonna pause right. We gonna take a pause. We gonna take a pause. So boy, this shit, man. It's just this shit is like it's overloaded.
Shit. Yo, Rod, this shit is just sad, bro. Because as Boosie said, bro, if it was Elvis, bro, I guarantee
I got
you.
some for us though. I got some for us right now.
Bro, the Sheen, like, that ain't getting nothing. This mother, he had like a deadly disease. AIDS.
Good morning. Counsel for Mr. Robert Kelly is scheduled to appear in court over the indictments that we brought forth nearly 4 years ago, charging him with 10 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse involving 4 victims. I'm here to inform you that the Cook County State's Attorney's Office will no longer be pursuing these indictments.
Man, so we've had a lot of R. Kelly for 2 hours. The R. Kelly sector is switching over to the latest news in the news with Mr. Tyre Nichols.
Hey, Vibe, before you do that, there's one thing I want to address real quick. I want to go back to what Dana said earlier, which I think is very ironic. When he said what Kim Fox had said, talking about she's confident that R. Kelly will not see the light of day. Those are hell of words for her. Those are hell of 5 words for her to actually pick, because those are the exact same words that Michael Avenatti said about R. Kelly, and you see the hell that he's catching right now.
Facts.
And the fact that she is connected with Michael Avenatti still, and she chose to use those words, it's only gonna be a matter of time, because everything that Michael Avenatti caught, she gonna catch, or it could be a situation where Michael Avenatti might come out against her.
I agree with you, J-Rod. Don't be surprised if Michael Avenatti, 6 years into that sentence, he can't take it no more. He like, yo, everybody going down with me on some Nicky Barnes shit.
Oh yeah, everybody is probably gonna be going down with it, because especially those communications, like I said, the text messages that Vi had, those things still haven't been leaked down the mainstream media yet.
Facts.
Because this thing has the potential, and I can safely assume will have the potential to get very ugly for Kim Fox. Because with all the hell she's still catching with Jussie Smollett, she still got her own domestic abuse charges.
Yo, that Jussie Smollett shit, that shit got me so mad. It's like, that motherfucker did 6 minutes in jail and he out.
And she signed off on it.
With that?
Yeah, because in not so many terms, she pretty much said, look, he's like a former. Look, he's really not a big time celebrity. It really wouldn't make any sense or any purpose to actually just push these charges up against him. So pretty much, I'm just brushing those charges behind, just kind of sweeping it under the rug.
Because he's not a R. Kelly status, is what she's saying.
Yeah, but see, everything that people said that it's been coordinated. This whole thing's been coordinated for a while, because see, all these other people, all these other entities would not have jumped in unless it would have been something for them in the process.
Exactly.
But when they realize what they can get out of it and what could be at stake, everything changed at that point.
That's crazy, man. But you know, we're gonna have to pick back up. We're gonna have to pick back up soon as we get to digging into what was the charges that she brought in the Chicago case. You know, tomorrow that's something that we'll be looking into. What were the actual charges that these 10 counts that she had, 10 count indictment that she had, 4 victims. We'll dive more into detail about who were the alleged victims and what were the charges that she was charging. Today was a good day. It was a step in the right direction. Understanding that we all have been waiting and patiently waiting on this day to come, and we saying that R.Kelly will have his day in court to fight these charges, or they'll be dropping these cases. You only lose when you quit. You only lose when you quit. As long as you keep fighting, you got a chance. As long as you keep fighting, you got a chance. But when you quit, you give up all hope, man. Ain't nobody can't nobody do nothing about your situation but yourself. This man believes in his innocence. He came out and said also he believed he had a strong chance of winning his case going into his trial. But he feel like that chance was taken away from him due to some illegal activity on the BOP behalf.
Yo, Va.
What's going on?
Just look at how shiesty these motherfuckers is. They don't even want to pay Darren McDavid any form of money back. Like, that man flat out won. I'm not saying get that man $850 down, but y'all supposed to give him some form of compensation for him beating his case.
Yeah, I think one of the things that they normally do is pick up his attorney fees and court costs. So they wouldn't even do that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we on the road to, the thing about this shit is they didn't have their turn. Now it's R. Kelly's turn. Now it's Jennifer's turn. Now it's God's turn. The power of God and God will be done, whether they want it to be done or not. It's just the power that God has. And God would allow certain things to go on for so long, but guess what? When he say it's time to do something about this, then he's gonna do something about that. We got an echo, so we're gonna mute up. What up, Justin? We finna go into this Tyre Nichols situation, man. Bro, this is a sad situation. A sad situation. I got some new alleged information that came out I saw today. And when I read this information, it hurt me to my soul to know that this man was brutally beaten and brutally attacked for what the purpose was. So we're gonna go with the news of what happened with Tyre Nichols. And I want you guys to listen. I want y'all to listen to how this police officer is talking to this brother as they beat him. Some of the things they are saying to him. Bitch ass nigga, this, that, and the third, like, man, as if he was nothing. But then I'm going to show you a possible motive for these officer or the officer handling this brother the way that he was handled.
Good evening again, everyone. We're coming back on the air briefly here after what has already been a very difficult day in Memphis. That community and the country is now getting the first look at that disturbing police body camera video of what authorities say is the police beating of Tyre Nichols following a traffic stop near his home 20 days ago. As we've been reporting, he died of his injuries in the hospital 3 days later. The Nichols family and police have been pleading for peaceful protests while recognizing the anguish and outrage among so many, hoping that preparing the community would in some way help here. Now, the video coming in now, it is very difficult, and we're going to not show very much of this, but this is what our team has been able to screen so far. The first video is of Nichols being pulled into the car.
Damn, I didn't do anything. Hey, I didn't turn your ass around. All right. You don't do that, okay? Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Okay. Tase your ass. All right, I'm on the ground. Lay down. Tap down.
That's the first video. Again, he was being pulled out of the car, and obviously we had to bleep some of the audio there. But that was the moment he got pulled from the car initially after the stop. Now, the next video is of Nichols on the ground being pepper sprayed, calling out for his mother. Here it is.
Hey, give me a hand. You might get sprayed again. Hey, Mike, give me a hand, bro. Watch out. Give me a hand. Mom! Hey. Give me a hand. Give me. Okay, all right. Give me a fucking hand. Give me a hand. All right. Okay. All right.
We should note that there is more than an hour of video, 67 minutes worth, multiple police body cameras. Tyre Nichols' family has already viewed the images earlier this week, saying that it showed the officers brutally beating their son. His mother was unable to watch. She had to leave the room. The officers fired, now charged with second-degree murder, among other charges as well. And they had claimed that he was initially pulled over for alleged reckless driving before running from the car. The police chief, though, saying so far they have found no proof that he should have been stopped. FBI Director Christopher Wray saying he watched the video and was, quote, appalled by it. Those 5 former police officers now facing several charges, including murder: Justin Smith, Desmond Mills Jr., Emmett Martin III, Demetrius Haley, and Tadarius Bean. Attorneys for Mills and for Martin have said they will plead not guilty. The White House says President Biden has not yet seen the video, but he did speak to the family. He offered his condolences, commending their, quote, courage and strength. I want to bring in Stephanie Ramos. She's live in Memphis tonight. Stephanie, they have been urging calm. We're getting reports of some protests already, which, of course, was expected.
Absolutely, David. The people here in Memphis are upset. They're upset over this video. This 29-year-old man, unarmed, stopped by police. And then, as we can see in that video, beaten on the ground until he's unconscious, as you said, dying 3 days later. And we heard from Tyre Nichols' family earlier today, his mother, understandably emotional, wiping away tears and urging for peace, saying that if there are protests here in Memphis or across the country, she was asking for them to be peaceful. Again, we are seeing them here tonight. So far, not violent. But as you mentioned, Tyre Nichols' mother saying that she hasn't been able to watch that video, says she hasn't been able to grieve the loss of her son. And it's just devastating for her to know that he was calling out for her just a few yards away from their home. David.
Stephanie Ramos from Memphis at this hour. Stephanie, thank you. We should point out that Ben Crump, the attorney for the family, earlier today, as you look at the peaceful protests out of Memphis at this hour, earlier today, Ben Crump said it doesn't matter if the officer is a black officer, a Hispanic officer, or a white officer. It is the culture that allows them to think they can do this to Tyre. Those words from Ben Crump. I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, for his thoughts on what you've seen, Pierre, play out here in Memphis tonight.
David, I've had the opportunity to be out with police on numerous law enforcement actions. It's clear that this is not police work. This is brutal. And law enforcement officials today, in charging these men with second-degree murder and also kidnapping, think about that, kidnapping. They're essentially saying they took this man against his own will. And to see him punched and beaten and tased repeatedly, again, this does not resemble anything that is legitimate law enforcement work. And I can tell you tonight, law enforcement across this country, in cities, major cities across this country, are hoping that the pain that the people in Memphis are feeling, and in cities across this country, that they can use it constructively to peacefully protest for change. In many cities, Police, unfortunately, are viewed as the occupying force. This will only reinforce that. David, I spoke with a very senior law enforcement official tonight who is aware of this video, and he said this could set law enforcement back for many years.
Say they kidnapped this man. This man was kidnapped and brutally beaten. We all speculated and said, what could possibly be the cause of something like this taking place? So today it was reported, allegedly, this was the investigation. Turns out, we got echoes. Turns out, Tyre Nichols worked at FedEx with Demetrius Haley, ex-mother of his child, worked at FedEx too. Demetrius took a picture of Tyre Nichols on the ground and sent it to his ex. All the officers involved went out bad over this man's personal issue. Tyre Nichols and his ex had a relationship. So when you hear somebody saying bitch ass nigga, they say this officer took his phone out his pocket and took a picture of this man as they were beating him and sent it to his ex-girlfriend. Are you fucking serious, bro? Are you fucking serious? Y'all pull this man over and beat this man all because of a fellow officer has a gripe against this young man? And for the officer to take his phone out and take a picture and send it to his ex-girlfriend as if he was proving something. Now, he done got all of these officers involved, which I'm not going to even blame him, because every last one of these officers had a choice. Each of them had a choice. They had the option to not participate and do the right thing. They had the choice to talk their fellow officer into just leaving this shit alone. Let them be. It ain't worth it, dog. But all 5 of these officers went out bad behind one man's personal relationship. Make that shit make sense.
All right, look, it was rumored. I've been hearing the rumors about the fact that it was his wife or whatnot. When I'm thinking currently married to, even if it was still his wife, that action would have still been a little extreme to a certain degree, especially using your own powers as a law enforcement officer to do what you did. The fact that it makes it now even more worse. The fact that it's about a woman he's no longer with, although he still have a relationship with her because of the child they have. But for him to still do that kind of action like that, that whole bitch ass nigga narrative. He should have went on and looked in the mirror and called himself that, because those are the exact actions of a bitch ass nigga, what he just did.
Facts, J-Rock.
crashed out. The whole fucking five officers who probably had the other 4 officers probably had families. They done crashed out. These motherfuckers finna get capital murder, man.
And doesn't Tyre have a 4 or 5-year-old?
I'm not 100% sure, but I heard that he was autistic. I was reading something that said that he was autistic, but he was he was a loner. You know what I'm saying? He didn't hang with people. Didn't love to skateboard, shit like that. Just this shit's sad, bro. And then they say when they pulled him over, if you go and look up the video, one of these videos out there, when you look at it, when Tyre noticed this dude, you can see his eyes get big as hell. Like he knew that he wasn't gonna make it home. When he saw that dude, you can see him like his hand was up, like he had his hand up, like trying to defend himself. And when he seen this dude's face, it was like, what the fuck? They say he broke away and got to running, and they chased him down. They say he was about 80 feet away from his mama house. That's why you hear him hollering, "Mama." I can only imagine being that close to home. That's why they wouldn't let him get up.
And see, that makes perfect sense, because the mother, when her and her family went to witness the video, she couldn't even stay in the room. She had to leave out. And I bet you anything, when it got to the point with him calling out to her, it was too much for her.
Mm-hmm.
And see, and just like when George Floyd cried out to his mom, she's deceased, but the fact that his mom was still alive and she had to hear that those were pretty much the last words that he ever said. She got to carry that for the rest of her life.
Well, I got a little tribute to Tyre, man, before we get up out, and it's just sad, bro.
Sad ain't even a word.
The culture, the whole community, our whole culture took a loss behind this.
Yeah, this is beyond sad. I don't even have a word for this.
Practically all over a piece of pussy. That's what it really was over.
Motherfucker couldn't leave well enough alone. I'm gonna run this video, and man, I'm gonna thank J Rock, Dean, Lil Mac, Sir Miguel, Dana J, Jeff Taylor, Derek, everybody that through today was loaded. A great panel, great chat. Salute to the chat. Y'all the best. I want to send like I say, to Ready Red, much love to you. No harm. I don't mean no harm by anything. I'm just stated my opinion, and you stated your opinion. And guess what? We can agree to disagree. I wish you nothing but the best. No hard feelings whatsoever. Today made it seem like a minor victory, but this was major. When you understand the head of the snake. Justice don't end today. We got to continue to fight, continue to push the message, continue to talk about this BOP officer, continue to talk about Tasha K, continue to talk about witness tampering every single day.
He didn't have a negative bone in his body, like at all. Energetic, outgoing, funny, goofy, always had a smile on his face. He could have gave him the name Cheeseburger.
My son, I know everybody say mothers say they had a good son, everybody's son is good, but my son, he actually was a good boy. My son loved me to death. And I know that was a bad word, but that's how he felt.
We know what you mean. Yes, ma'am.
He had my name tattooed on his arm, and that made me proud, because most kids don't put their mom's name. But he did. On a Saturday, my son would wake up. He'd go to Shelby Farms, because he liked to skateboard. That was his passion. He's been skating since he was 6 years old. That day, when he left around 3 o'clock, going to Shelby Farms to watch the sunset and take pictures.
I want Tyre to be remembered. This is a great kid. I want kids and other people to know ain't nothing wrong with being yourself. Tyre brought something out of me to make me feel like, hey, you don't have to do that. You don't have to follow a trend to be loved. You can be yourself. You can skateboard, you can ice hockey, you can do whatever that you want to do. And people will still love you.
All I know is my son was a great, great kid. He didn't deserve what he got. Now what he deserves is justice.
Shit crazy, man.
And look,
I had to show my son this shit. And first thing my son say, why the white cops did that to him? I said, nah, son. This ain't even that type of situation.
Facts.
That type of situation. I said, the cops that did this look just like your dad. Look just like you.
Sad.
and seeing this reminds me of one movie a while back that Samuel L. Jackson was in called Lakeview Terrace. And the one statement made,
great movie.
And the one statement that was made was, "Who can you call when you can't call the police?"
Facts.
And you might have to add another disclaimer, and especially if the police look like you.
Shit crazy, bro. Man, I swear to God, man, but you know.
Did y'all see what did y'all see what John Morant had to say about it? Oh, John Morant spoke about it. You know, a lot of other Memphis Grizzlies players spoke about it. John Morant was disappointed. He was hurt.
Man, you know how that shit feel, bro? When you look up, you know what I'm saying? Like, for me, bro, like, this shit hurt me on a whole nother level, man. Because, like I say, when I showed this shit to my son, and the first thing he said, bro, white police officer tripping again.
Yeah, that would be the assumption, but didn't turn out that way.
Man, bro.
Yeah, but yeah, John Morant, he said at that press conference After the game, he was visibly upset. He said, I don't really want to say, I can't really say what I want to say because that's going to be a whole different conversation. But he said,
not 5 officers were there, 7. 5 black cops, 2 white cops. But the 5 black cops was charged with second-degree murder. The 2 white cops got leave.
Now, is it true that the 2 white cops came later after a lot of this was already going on?
Man, they got him twice. The first time he got away from him. They got him again. By the second time they got him, he was about 80 yards away, 80 feet away from his house, from his mama's house. So, who's to say how long had they been watching this young man? I don't call him a young man. How long had they been watching this man to know if he run about 10, 15 more yards, he at his mama's house. We can't let him get there. You know how that shit be. Growing up, you get into an altercation at school, motherfucker chase you from school, you run home. Look, when you get into your yard, your energy change because you know who coming out the house.
Mm-hmm.
This shit is sick. They said kidnapping. They charged them motherfuckers with kidnapping. They had no reason to even be fucking with this dude.
See what may have happened was, in my opinion, that cop was pulling phone calls and text messages and tracing back to him. And then had a trace probably put on his phone, monitor his activities. So when they could find out exactly where he was going to be and what location he was going to be at and the ETA where he was going to be.
And this is the question right here that everybody's asking now. Who else had these people done this to? Now you got to go back and open all their cases, all their traffic stops.
Which brings up a very good question. How many complaints have they had that were filed and someone probably dismissed? Now, all the ones that you turn around you had dismissed, that they had complaints again, now they're going to look at all those all over again.
Man, bro, I remember, man. Look here, bro. No lie. One thing I could say I loved about growing up in the country. When I grew up in the country. One benefit in Louisiana, one of the benefits I had of growing up in the country, you had personal relationships with the police officers. Because most of the time, a police officer either lived on your block or lived by one of your relatives, lived by your grandmother's house, somewhere. Your grandmother everybody know everybody. In the little town I'm from, they call it a one-horse town. The few cops we did have, these cops, they all knew our mamas, all knew our daddies, grandmas. They knew everybody. You get in trouble, they get you, they take. I was young, bad as hell. Fight all the time, they'll get me, come get me from school, put me in the police car, drive me to my grandma's house. My grandma come out there, what's going on? Well, we got him. He got into a fight out there at school today. We just bring him home. The principal be in touch with you, let you know what they're going to do, if he's going to be suspended or whatever. You know, policing in the little town out front was different, man. If you had issues and guys was jumping on you, you go to the police and tell them they did something about it.
You wasn't afraid of the police pulling up on you. Police knew you were up about 15 or 16. They see you driving in your grandma's car. They know you ain't had no goddamn license. They tell you, slow down, put that seatbelt on, and don't be out here driving crazy. They understood.
Facts.
Yep. I understand exactly what you're saying, Bob, because the town where I'm from, it's kind of the same way. You may not know if you don't know somebody, you know of somebody, and if you don't know of somebody, they may know your family. They know if they don't know your family, you may know your friends, especially if they grew up, like if you have older siblings, they may have grown up with your older brother, older sisters, and then if you get involved in something, they're gonna be like, man, what you doing out here? What you doing out here doing all this crazy shit, man? Don't you know that, man? Don't you know I could call your brother right now? You know my mama know your mom. I can go and I can call her right now. And then be like, that'd be one of the last things you want. Like, damn, you don't want your mom or your dad to find out about the BS that you get involved in. So when some of the communities like that are so close knit, you can find if you really dig hard enough, it ain't too hard to find out any info on somebody you need to find out about.
Mm-hmm.
And then especially if you know it. And then on top of it, if they know where your parents work,
yeah,
and they can go by the job, your grandmother, like, hey, look, man, I was just in your grandma's neighborhood about 15 minutes ago. What do you think she's gonna think when you out here doing the shit that you're doing?
Shit crazy, man. When I was in, and just to say that, right, coming from the South, how we were raised. I moved to Minnesota when I was 17. I get to Minnesota. As soon as I get off the Greyhound bus, get in the car with my dad, I get ready to strip. And you want to know what that strip was? How to carry yourself when operating in Minneapolis. When you driving in the car, don't have your hat turned backwards. Turn it straight to the front. Don't tilt it to the left. Don't tilt it to the right. Straight down, or don't have it on at all. When you riding, either gonna be you and a passenger, or you by yourself. Don't never get caught riding 3 or 4 deep. That's probable cause, especially when you're black. Make sure you turn on your turn signal. Like, that's normal stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't smoke. I don't drink, so we didn't have to go over that part. But don't go in this area after a certain time of the day. Don't go in this area after a certain time of the day. These were conversations that my dad had to have with me to prep me to understand what I could do and what I couldn't do. Some of those things got tested. I've seen some of the shit that he told me not to do that I tried, and the results were the results. But I just thank God for watching over me and sparing my life that I didn't have an incident like Tyre Nichols had. I've been in places where I'd have been pulled over in situations where when I gave the cops my license and they hear me say, yes, sir, no, sir, that shit was amazing. This dude, he got mad. Where you from? I'm from Louisiana. I was proud to say where I was from. Being in Minneapolis, growing up in that place when I went there at 17, you guys would be surprised the simple shit that we was taught to do growing up. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. When I go in convenience stores and different things, holding the door for elderly people and women, Like these people looking like, where you from? I'm from Louisiana. Oh, these kids up here don't do that. If you got a disrespectful child, he's only gonna grow up to be a disrespectful adult. And that's what the cops are looking for. Non-compliant children, adolescent teens, and adults. Give them a reason. Shit crazy, bro, man. I'm hurt, man. I'm hurt looking at this shit, man.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, if you take a rundown on the past on the incidents in regards to police brutality / murder, if you go down the names, you know, Trayvon Martin, even though Zimmerman wasn't a cop, but he was a wannabe cop. To me, that still kind of counts. I mean, if you go down that line, if you go down the line of Walter Scott, Philando Castile, who was in Minnesota at the time, and then on the same weekend, Alton Sterling in Baton Rouge, and so on and so on and so on. I mean, each of them had a different element. This one seems to be the most unique out of all of them because of the cops that was involved in it, and then on top of it, the reasoning behind it, which really reeks of being highly personal. Because even with George Floyd, it was a little haterism in that one. But this one just, I wouldn't at all be surprised if there'd be a lawsuit against Memphis PD, but also there may be some other people that might file other lawsuits against Memphis PD because those same people who have filed lawsuits against them may not file lawsuits, but complaints against those same cops that was frivolous, that were just basically dismissed or brushed off like it didn't mean nothing. And now they're gonna say, if you would have handled your business with the complaints that we filed, this probably wouldn't have never happened. I know hindsight is 20/20, but that's gonna be some of the logic. I wouldn't be surprised that would come up out of all this too.
Yeah, because I'm sure this wasn't their first time on this rodeo.
Oh no, oh no, you know it wasn't.
Man, how they was reaching back, hitting this guy with this baton, kicking this guy with steel-toe boots on, pepper spraying. Bro. But then we sit here and complain about how we get treated by other races and ethnicities, but look at how we treat our own. Shit crazy, bro. And they wonder why people don't trust the police, man. You call for help, and you end up becoming the fucking victim. I wonder, did the white two cops that pulled up on the scene, did Tyre call for help? That's how the other two white cops got there? Apparently, the 5 black officers was with the shit. tasing a man. Thank you, Elvira. Tasing him. Bro. What are we supposed to do? Like, this just one incident that got captured. What about the shit that ain't been seen? And not just in Memphis, all across the world. That we don't hear about. That people come and tell us about. We like, that shit happened to you?
Vi, you know what's so ironic? In Memphis, just outside of Memphis, one of the greatest groups or duos in Southern hip hop history, 8 Ball and MJG reside. They had an album CD called On Top of the World, which is a classic. And on that CD had a song called In the Line of Duty. And the song starts off when it says, "Listen, officer, I know I got a traffic warrant, but your wife got 3. So where the fuck is she? You don't know. So you bring your personal problems back to your job. Every day you're trying to make it hard." And that's starting off on the song. Man. And I was listening to that earlier. I'm like, God, this song, and this came out in 1995, bro. We in 2023. Listen to that whole song, In the Line of Duty by 8 Ball and MJG. It's gonna give you chills down your spine, and the fact that they from the same area that Tyre is from.
But it's the offices. It's the offices that police the officers that allow this shit to go on, because these guys have to been complained about. This is not the first time. They was well organized, man, doing this shit to this man. Look how they talking like they just proving a fucking point. But this shit was so bad. I just, the mother, I hope the lady survived through everything, and these people going to trial, show up at the trials, and the 2 of the black officers pled not guilty. That's a motherfucking nerve.
Yep. I wonder what the ex. What the ex of the cop is feeling. How she feeling about all this?
They say he took it while they was assaulting the man and sent it to the ex-girlfriend and told her, "Look at this."
Can you hear me, nephew?
What's going on, huh?
Yeah, I'm leaving work. I'm sorry I wasn't able to come in earlier, but I was watching on and off. I think the point that about this I want to focus on is the fact that you read the information about him being involved, and he's no longer involved with this woman, yet they have a child together. So that seemed to be allegedly a motive behind him doing what he did, and yet he's a police officer with that type of mentality and the frame of mind with a gun on him, and then he has some comrades that's with him, that's willing to lay back and allow that to happen. Then you have these other European officers that's in alliance with that whole concept. This should be repeatedly put all across any social media platforms of people that understand the injustice and the disrespect and what we just witnessed. It should not be put to rest. They should constantly put this across all social media platforms all day, all night. That whole police department, inside out, need to be investigated thoroughly. That's beyond unacceptable. There's no way after tonight that we should let this go to bed and rest like this, because that's beyond. I can't even get the word to comprehend that. I'm so pissed. That's the kind of stuff I see here in Chicago, and I got a lot of nephews. And I yield back, nephew.
You see, Muse, Vi called it sad. I was like, it's. I don't even have no words to describe it. And if you sad wouldn't do it justice, depressing wouldn't do it no justice. There isn't a word in the English language to describe this.
And man, they gonna have to start, man, mental evaluation. These cops have to do mental evaluations on a weekly basis, man. Weekly, monthly. What you got going on in your life? We need to know.
Yep.
Are you even competent of performing the line of duty?
Yep.
Because as an officer, you just abuse your authority. You just abuse your authority to do what you wanted to do. And you think we finna back you? One thing our mom used to tell, you go out to that school and act a goddamn fool. You ain't just embarrassing yourself. You embarrassing.
Right. Yep. Embarrassing your whole family. Let me say this. Let me show you how serious this is. And I'm gonna add two individuals in this particular scenario. Let me tell you how serious this is, even though it's this particular issue. Pac, in one of his lyrics, said, "Well, that's up to Brenda's family." Then Pac came in with his verse. Well, let me show you how it affects our whole community. Them individuals had listen to what I'm saying, bro. They had a 4,000 page on this man. 4,000 pages on Pac. 4,000. 105 got leaked for the public in there. I don't know how that happened, but people have been trying to get a link or try to see how they can access the rest of that stuff. That's how much they put on this man to stack up against this, because of the threat he was, because of his intelligence and his thought process, and how he impact people's lives, and how he was going to help the community. Go back to the interview they got when him talking at 17 years old. You ain't gonna tell me no people from up top was listening to this dude and say, "Whoa, what's this?" And as he progressed and as he began to make statements and felt like that, now I'm gonna shift gears. Then you have this other artist. I can't use the word that J Rock used, but the modern era J Rock used on Mr. Kelly. Do you know, to reach that pinnacle that he has established and reached, what that does for a Black African American in this country, especially in the music industry? At that level, the impact that you have achieved and have. And you got to remember who the ones who's running this, who pulling the strings, who in alliance with these major people that run these record labels. Who's the politician that's involved with it? Who's the people that's backing and put the money behind it? Because there was a lot of money behind this.
Hey, I can tell you like this. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier. I said that one of the that Tyre Nichols down there in Memphis, one of the greatest hip hop groups of all time, who's down there in that area, 8 Ball and MJG.
Yes, sir.
They had a song. They had a single on their CD on Top of the World back in 1995.
Yes, sir. That was one of my groups. Yeah.
And the name of the song, if you play it right now, it'll send chills down your spine.
Yes, sir.
It's In the Line of Duty.
Yes, sir. See. Now I couldn't run all they lyrics off my hand. I ain't gonna tell that lie. But them my guys. You know what I mean? They don't even rap like that no more. No disrespect to nobody doing their thing. I'm not on none of that crazy stuff. All I'm saying that they have something, you know what I mean, that you don't see every day coming along, man. You know what I mean?
Right. The beginning lyrics of the song is, "Listen, officer, I know I got a traffic warrant, but your wife got 3. So where the fuck is she? You don't know. So you bring your personal problems back to your job. Every day you try to make it hard." Don't go on the rest of it. If you pull it up, you listen to that whole song. I promise you.
Yeah.
That's fine. But
you get my point. We have to stop this Willie Lynch mess among us as an ethnicity and stop it and go get some doggone help and sit down with a counselor, therapist, or a life coach to work you through your issues. And stop using that to bring your own kind down, so we can strengthen ourselves. That's what Mr. Kelly music was doing. That's what Pac was talking about. That's what a lot of the concert rappers was doing. That's why we had those programs in our community to feed. Come on, y'all. You ain't gonna tell me that God didn't establish big vile opinions for no. I'm telling you, it was something that stirred up this young man's heart to have the courage to establish his platform the way he did, to bring individuals together like they have done. Hey, we might not be a whole country, but I tell you, man, hey, it was an old saying back in the day, J-Rock, was a little becomes much when you put it in the master's hands. You know what I mean?
Thanks.
And Pac always said, and I yield back on this, Pac always said, success is not a faithful girlfriend. So once you in the door, you got to keep pressing. You got to keep grinding. You got to stay hungry. You got to I'm just elaborating on it. Watch the pitfalls. You know what I mean? Keep your enemies close, but watch your so-called homies who ain't walking in good character and good integrity. Stand up for justice. Stand up for principles. You know what I mean? And the power that be, that see that, that hear that, any mess that get out now in this social media world that can go everywhere. They go, whoa. Shut that up. Infiltrate that. Shut that down. That's how we can twist the law and use all this to silence their voice and all that. And that's what Kel said. Hey, you should have did this such years ago. My music has been injected. Pac said the same thing. Even if you kill me, my music will live forever. It's the same scenario. That's the common thread in all of this. And now we're seeing it in this young man to the point over a woman that you no longer with. There's a reason why you the ex.
That's what made it worse.
And yet you're a police officer with that type of authority and weight behind you, and that's what stirred up the motive to do this? Oh, come on, man. Come on, man.
They say a lot of these guys grow up, you know, they was bullied in school, looked over, not picked, you know, didn't make the team, wasn't popular, and then they graduate high school and become when they become a police, they decide I'm gonna go fuck up everybody who fucked over me.
Yep.
What a mentality to have.
Yep.
With authority backing it. What a mentality to have with authority backing it.
Man, this got me so heated. I got a slight headache, man. That's how heated this got me.
Man, you know what? You know, man, for me to even speak on it, how I feel about it, man, and me being, you know, like I say, man, I've been here a little while, but I'm younger and I got a lot longer to go. But the God in me, when I see something like this, I just won't go silent, man.
Right.
I'm willing to die for what I believe in.
Yes, sir.
I'm willing to die for children.
Yeah.
This shit wasn't right, man.
No, it was not.
I remember being
no, it was not.
12, 13 years old. A group of guys beat the shit out of my uncle. They sat my uncle up in the chair in my grandmother's living room. Head bust, jaw broke, tongues barely noticeable. I'm like, I'm seeing this at like 12, 13 years old. I say, man, if somebody ever jumped me like that, pray to God that they take me away from here. Because the revenge that's going to come behind it.
Yeah, I feel you.
I'm going to be ready to go.
Yeah.
This shit is sad. When you have to worry about the corner hustlers and the drug, but when you have to worry about the police,
the
police in your community that look like you,
now
it's bad enough I can't go on the west side because I'm from the south side.
Right.
Now I gotta watch out for these crooked ass cops on the north side.
Right.
Oh, because I got the new Benz and he working for the police department and barely making it.
Yeah.
He want to keep pulling me over every time I come. What you see back in the day when Ice-T and Ice Cube and Eazy-E talk about the crooked ass cops. They pull you over, walk up to the back of your car with the baton and bust your light out.
Right.
That's why I pull you over. We back at that shit?
Yep. Yes, we are. Yep. That's why they want no kind of poetry, no songs, no music, no anything that's gonna enlighten people and wake them up out of their sleep and empower them. And they infiltrate and use our past hurt issues that we haven't resolved, the unforgiveness, the bitterness, the hurt, instead of going to getting some help and getting those things worked through and be free and walk in freedom. They manipulate and use it. It's the Willie Lynch thing. It's the same thing. It's still here alive and well. It ain't went nowhere. And you get these individuals that get in these high places, these high positions, man, and they reside over you, and they got your life in hand.
So you gonna be judge, jury, and executioner in the street.
Yep. That's it. There you go. There you go.
Wild Wild West, right?
There you go. Yeah.
They say this man was kidnapped. This is what the office, the Memphis
office. I heard that.
The man was kidnapped, which means he shouldn't have never been arrested. Who else do we hear? Who else do we know they kidnapped?
You almost took the breath out of my lungs when you said, "Oh, he got a baby by this or such, and this is ex, and the young man and this person was." I'm like, what?
Imagine how I felt when I seen the shit. We just talked about it the other day. When I seen this shit, I said, I instantly hit Derek up. I say, bro, do you see this shit? These other officers then threw their life away from their children, if they had them, their family, if they had one, all because of another person's personal relationship. If I can't talk you down, I sure in the hell ain't gonna talk you up. Ain't gonna happen. You come to me with some shit like that, J-Rock. Dean, hey, Big Vi, the dude messing with my old lady, man, let's go jump. No, look, y'all can fight one-on-one, but I ain't getting in that shit.
Right. Yeah, when you walk in principles, you don't move like that.
First of all, I'm going to ask you as a police, are you going to take your badge and your belt off? You want to stop them?
Right.
You want to fight them? If you ain't going to take your badge and your belt off, I don't want shit to do with it. You that mad? And then for you to take your phone out and take a picture and send it to me?
That right there, when you let that fire play, that was the core motive behind that. J-Rock, Dean, please speak and help me understand what type of insecure dude, because I'm gonna say something else, man. That's how much heated I am, man. You know, when something is done with you, you're X for a reason.
You know what?
And you got that much rage and anger in you as a police officer to go and do something like that. And then the nerve to take the picture of the young man's phone and then send it to you. Dude, what type of man, dude? What type of world we living in, bro?
You know what?
When enough gonna be enough for us in our community, bro? When enough is gonna be enough? When we gonna pull up and do something, bro?
Yeah, Muse. I'm gonna answer your question by asking the question. It was 5 cops that was around Tyre. Here's my question. Not one of the other ones, not one of the other 4 was a voice of reason. He said, hey man, you going a little too far with this shit, man. You need to kind of slow your roll on this, man. You kind of on some bullshit. Not one of them said anything like that.
That's my point.
That's where I'm at. You would think out of all 5 of them dudes, besides the one besides the one that's being a complete asshole, the other 4, somebody could have been the voice of reason.
You hear the guy say, you hear Tyre say, all right, I'm gonna turn over. No, that's the dude right there, the one that's mad with him.
Yeah, because you wanted to take that picture and send it.
Man,
so all
beat the fuck
together,
like that. Touch my son. Touch my motherfucking brother. You gonna have to take both of us out.
Yeah.
Take me.
Yeah.
That shit wrong, man.
Yeah.
My son see this shit, he go, Dad, them white, look, man, these motherfuckers look like your daddy.
Yeah.
You can't trust nobody.
Yeah. That's the same thing they did. And when it came out in court, it was found out that the officers that stopped me who was harassing actually they was intoxicated and stole a gun from the evidence locker room to mess with a civilian.
I heard about it.
If I'd been the activist that he was, he intervened. But they didn't identify themselves as off-duty officers. They was in plain regular clothes. It came out later that they was officers. But found that the gun that they used for that particular scenario, they had stole out of the evidence locker room, and they was drunk. I'm just giving you that happened, J-Rock. That happened back when. And look, it's the same scenario. It's identical scenario. Ain't nothing, in other words, J-Rock, I'm saying what my point is, nothing has changed. That's why they got to get rid of Pac, dude. He was talking too much.
That's why they had to get rid of Fred Hampton.
Yes, sir.
Get rid of Marcus Garvey.
Yes, sir.
Martin Luther King. Shit, Larry Hoover.
Yes, sir.
Tookie Williams.
Yeah, Barksdale.
That's why they had to get rid of anybody who had the power to lead people.
Yep.
We need them to stay asleep.
Yep.
But see, the uprising that's coming, they ain't prepared for it because God told us that he's coming, but he didn't say when. But these people know the time is near. And then you got the people that look like you that's going to sell you out. They're going to try to bring you as trade bait. We can give you him, but don't take us. But the way God works in some situations, okay, well, you hand him over, but I still want y'all.
Right.
Sometimes you can't avoid it. You might get away with it. They felt good beating this man. They felt like we done got away with this shit so many times. But Tyre is going to put an end to how they police in fucking Memphis.
Yeah.
With stop, It's damn sure gonna put a spotlight. These guys had on body camera. Imagine if the body cameras wasn't on.
And during this election, these officers,
without body cameras, he would have been another non-compliant citizen that tried to attack the police.
Right. Yeah, I want to hear what the commander-in-chief has to say and what's going to be done. I'm not expecting much. So I'm going to be listening. I'm going to be listening more so to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I want to hear what he has to say. That's what I'm going to be waiting to listen to. Because everybody else going to be playing and dancing around stuff. I want to hear what he has to say. Because I doubt very seriously. And then here in Chicago, they running for the mayor. They got a couple aldermen. You know, it's a little election thing still going on. I'm not sure about the other cities. This is a critical time right now. I'm just waiting to see what these officials and these concerns that our communities have been constantly addressing and really crying out. I want to see if anything going to be done after this situation. You know what I mean? But I don't think we should hold our breath. You know what I mean? Only thing now we got social media now that, you know, some use it for, you know, for the wrong purposes, but a lot of us use it for good. And so we just got to push that goodness, and we got to do all we can and let that word spread across the four corners of the globe. That this just won't be acceptable. This just won't be acceptable. You know what I mean? This can happen to anyone. You know what I mean?
Man, you hear about shit like this inside of prisons where guards or gang up and jump on an inmate or
yeah.
You know,
And it is going to
different type of shit like to see shit like this on the street, man.
Yeah.
I'm advising anybody that's out here traveling on the streets in a vehicle, whatever. Make sure your brake lights work. Make sure your signal lights working. Make sure your headlights working. Make sure you wear your seatbelt. Make sure you signaling when you're in and out of lane. Make complete stops at the top stop signs. Take every precaution that you can to avoid running into these people in the late night hours of the night when there's no one around but you and them.
No matter who he is, no matter how noticed you are or well known you are, anything, it don't matter. It's shown about this young man. You know what I mean? All the way up to people like Boosie. You know what I mean?
Can't have both.
You know what I mean? It don't matter.
Boosie had to leave Louisiana because when he beat his murder, his death row sentence, he became a target.
Yep.
Every time the man could pull up, every time the man pulled out the yard in his car, they was pulling them over.
What up, Progress?
What's good with it, fella?
What's on your mind, Progress? Help us out, my brother. Help us out, man. Help us out.
Man, I was watching that, man. That's messed up. They said that the beating that they got took was worse than the Rodney King beating.
Yeah.
It was definitely in the ballpark.
I said, oh my God. But see, the difference is that when Rodney King got beat, there were all white guys that did him like that. But this guy got beat by all black guys, and they say that the worst type of devil is a nigga.
Now, the Caucasian officers that were on the scene as well, regardless of what their ETA was, you know, which is irrelevant, what part did they play? Was anything coming about them?
Now, they got. What I heard, somebody in the chat said that one of them tased him.
One of them was tasing him.
Yeah, they got them too. They got them. They got.
Okay.
I ain't mean to cut nobody off, but they say they got him too. It said all together it was 7.
So all seven of them should good life in prison without the possibility ever to parole. They should die. They should die in the penitentiary.
But my thing is though that the from my understanding is the white guy, he ain't got charged yet. He ain't got charged yet.
All that, I knew. Yeah, they said they don't leave, and they said they don't leave. But I'm gonna say it again, Progress. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it real slow. All 7 of those officers from that particular police department should get life in prison without the possibility of parole for the rest of their natural life.
Right.
And we should expect nothing else less than that. And after that verdict is read and we hear that, every police department across the 4 corners of the globe, all the communities need to stand up.
Right. And like Big Five said, like ain't no telling who else they done it to.
Yes, sir.
Because I was on YouTube and I seen this lady, she was posting about it. It said one of them guys was a correctional officer. And say that they went in there and they beat somebody real bad, and the man filed a lawsuit and say they threw his lawsuit out because he didn't have the right address for one of the guys that did it to him, and one of them police officers was the ones that done it to him. So he had a history of doing that.
Right. That's like Big Five, my nephew said. That's why you got to cross every dot every I, cross every T. Have somebody really that has a backbone, that's stand up for justice, that's real thorough, that's really got a good credibility track record about these type of things, that's willing to stand up. You got to have someone come alongside you and do that, because this a dirty game, man. They real grimy, they real low down. So you got to be real strategic how you address these concerns. You know what I mean? And you got to be with the parameters of the law.
And my thing is they talking about you got Bloods, you got Crips, you got Latin Kings, you got GDs, but the police is the biggest gang there is.
Yeah, Fox said that.
They even got a name for what the Scorpion Unit. Come on, man.
Yeah.
They chased that man down, man, beat that man so bad. And look, they left that man sitting on the car, bleeding, hurt. And guess what? The METs got fired too. Because they said it too.
Right.
Yeah, they said they got fired too because they came up on the scene and shot there and didn't even get out the car to help they didn't even get out the ambulance to help the man. They shot in the car.
Yeah. They should be incarcerated as well.
Yeah.
All of that. I'm not holding nothing back. All of that.
That shit fucked up, man.
Yeah.
And people wonder why we don't trust the police. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Them the dirtiest people in the game, man. They'll plant shit on you. Anything, man.
Yeah.
And wonder why Ice Cube and them made that song after police and shit.
Right. I see it now, but that was in the 80s, the 90s when they came out with that?
Yeah, 80s.
Yeah, that was around 88 when they came out with that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And look, and they crucified them for making that song.
Yeah.
And
yeah, because they don't want their dirt. If you that arrogant, that bold, then let it be known then. You know what I mean? I can respect that, but you're a coward. And you hiding behind your doggone badge. And you got your little flunky that's going alongside you. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not advocating for get no gun. I ain't on none of that stuff. It's a way to fight these jokers, man. You got to fight them at their own game.
You can't.
But at the same time, you got individuals out here that's not going to hear that. Fox said it himself. As long as they got that 2-inch tape and they got bullets, eventually there will be justice out the hood.
You right, though. You right. You right.
People take that. And I ain't on none of that. But my family tree speak for itself. You know what I mean? They done been in through some everything. Every community I grew up around I didn't see nothing but killing and shooting. You know what I mean? So it's nothing. It's nothing to me. You know what I mean?
Right. But the thing is, though, you right about everything you just said. You right in that. But the thing is, though, the average Joe the average Joe out here in these streets, man, we ain't got no them police. We ain't got no leverage.
Right.
We ain't got nothing. They
That's
can whoop
why
our ass, take our ass to jail, and we still get
that's why
charged. And
that's why we got to stop getting caught up in all of this stuff that don't have nothing to do with nothing, and realize, for instance, when people vote, let's say you vote for the president of the United States, you know, you vote for the vice president, you haven't voted. Well, should we vote for the president? I'm saying, well, yeah, all of that. But the president of the United States is in a position of power, correct? Yes, he is. All right. Now look at this. However, the power that surrounds the president, let me say that again real slow. The power that surrounds power is always and is the real power. So until you vote for the judicial, until you vote for the Senate, and until you vote for the House, you know what I mean? Until you know, vote for these certain congressmen in your particular district, you know, your aldermen, you know what I mean? Check these people's back record. See are they thorough? See their track record. See their credibility. Don't just be voting to put people in office because, you know what I mean, the color of their skin. Find out the content of their character.
You right,
what they resume look back. You know what I'm saying? You gotta force them to use their bully pulpit. Bully pulpit means their particular position, because if you don't, then their whole agenda will be about their crime in the corporate, you know, the ladder and they politics, you know what I mean, all of that. You gotta force their hand, and you gotta make noise. Look what we did. I don't agree with the looting that went on. I don't agree with it at all. It was another way to handle that. However, look at the attention that got across America.
Yeah,
now,
you're right.
That could have been used in an organizing way that it'd affect the stock and change. You know what I mean? Oh, now you see where I'm going, Progress?
Yeah, I understand, man. I understand. I see that with a crystal clear picture. But you got to understand this though. It don't matter who we vote in or vote out. It's particular, like if it's these people that they put in there. We don't know what these people doing. This is like lying on the application. If I get an application, I say, boom, the application say you're a felon. I say no. Boom, I get that job, and then come down the line, they find out that I'm a felon. I get fired from that job. That's just like the police officer. We don't know what the fuck they got going on. Right. We don't know what they doing.
My point is this: on my particular job, we are.
I feel like all the motherfuckers crooked.
Check this out. Listen out, scenario. I'm gonna go another angle. I'm still talking about the same thing, but I'm gonna go another angle. On my particular job, we are trained by what we call instructors. These instructors cover all departments. So anything your title is, you got to go through this particular instruction office to be trained to do whatever it is that you're going to do for this particular company, right? If you happen to get in trouble or you go against your standard operating procedures, whatever they may be, when you go in there for disciplinary to be reprimanded or face a charge or to be terminated, however they're going to deal with it, they do the same thing they do when you go to the court. They use the same rules. They use the same guidelines that they have trained you with, but a lot of us are not going to take that information and know that joker like we know our name in the Bible and any other book that we like. So that if anything go down, we can say, oh, wait a minute, the bylaws in this particular instance say, no, that don't come with that particular incident and charge. You can't do that. That your own law. A lot of people were able to maneuver and get lesser charges or lesser discipline or actually thrown out because somebody wanted to abuse and maneuver and twist and go on the fact that and use intimidation. You really don't know really, you know what I mean? Threaten you. You can't even have a conversation with me without my union represent.
I feel like
union represent. You see the point I'm making, Big Vibe?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like if you a police officer or peace officer, right? I feel like you should go under evaluation at least 6 months out of a year. out of 6 months out of every year, you should go up under that, because when you start off being a police officer, yeah, you could be the goodest police officer in the world, everything good. But within that 6 months or a year, we don't know what's going on with you. We don't know where your mind state is. So you should be evaluated at least 6 times, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Out the year. Because your psyche, it can mess your mind up.
You start a new job, you go on there, you're going to be on time every day. You're going to do your job as they assign it. But guess what? Eventually, once you start to get comfortable, you're going to start to figure out what you can do, what you can't do.
There you go.
What time I come in off break.
There you go.
My granddaddy say, you hire a man to do his job standing up, he'll find a way to do it sitting down. The way he found a way to do that job sitting down, sooner or later you're going to catch him doing it laying down.
Hey, Big Man, for the be young, for the be young as you is, boy, you be coming with some good shit.
Yeah, but I got wisdom, boy.
Yeah,
I like that.
I'm ready to use that one.
Use that.
Yeah.
Real talk. That's my point.
Doing laying down. You won't lay down 6 months ago. You sitting down there, comfortable, ain't it?
Yeah.
So ass something, move some of these damn pallets or something. That was a good one right there, man.
Hey, my granddaddy was my supervisor during the summertime, man. He didn't play. I used to try to cut corners because we had them work release. All the work, I'll be sitting on the super sack.
dropping them orange bag. But for real though, man. Like for real though, man. Like I feel like I'm 40 years old, man. I don't been through it all, bro. I don't been in jail.
I'm turning 57.
I've been in jail, been in prison, and all that. You know what I'm saying? And these cops out here for us, man. Don't matter if you. I feel like don't matter if you in the right, they gonna figure out to put you in the wrong.
Man.
Especially,
it's just like Black and Blue movie and shit. Man, if you watch that man about them crooked ass cops, man, shit, kill that man. And they
you ever seen that movie Colors?
Colors, yeah.
Yeah, man. That shit. What's it called? That shit. What undercover? What they call that joint? With not Morgan Freeman. What's the other guy that played in that joint?
Undercover what?
It's Morris Fishburne. How you say his name?
Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah.
In what movie?
Deep Undercover, man.
Deep Undercover.
Oh, Deep Cover.
Yeah.
Deep Cover. That's a very, very underrated movie by him.
Mm-hmm.
That's one. Truth be told, that's one of his. That's one of the best movies of his career, but it's so underrated.
Right.
That's why Dr. Dre them did the song on it on the soundtrack, ain't it?
Yep. And see, the crazy part about it, the song got more play than the actual movie.
That's crazy.
And the movie was, it is one of my favorite Lawrence Fishburne movies.
That movie was good, man. But my thing is like, the police, man. I don't think like I feel like no matter what you do or anything, they're gonna always look at you like you done something. You're a criminal or something, man.
He had to been done something.
Damn.
Yeah, man. We gonna wind it down, man. We've been on here just about 4 hours, man. But it's been great conversation. We can't give it all away in one day though. We gotta save a little for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But, man, this shit it passionate. When you get to talking about what we see with this police, we can talk about injustice, period, man. That shit, I'm passionate about injustice, man, because I understand who I am as a person, as a human,
right?
As God creation, and I know I'm not exempt from any of this treatment.
Yep, that's correct. None of us.
No.
I'm not gonna lay down though. I'm not gonna lay down though.
No, they don't have to on
You know
my
what I'm
back.
saying? Yep.
You know what? I'm gonna bring up something real quick. Obviously we've been addressing the police brutality and everything's been going on in regards to that. And you know, I just ran across something. I told y'all about the police detective John Burge.
Oh yeah.
Who has been known.
Yeah.
Who has been known for police brutality and beating out false confessions out of different so-called suspects. Now, he died September 19, 2018, according to this article, right?
Okay.
John Burge has literally put a black eye on the city of Chicago.
Damn.
There has been so many settlements.
Yeah, these jokers just went down my street on they on my doggone block.
There's been so many settlements that I've seen that I've read up on about this dude that he has done. There was one year they said that the settlements at the city of Chicago had to pay out the cut because his actions had reached as much as $85 million.
Yeah, I know it was up there.
It was a lot of money. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this was September 2018. R.Kelly's trouble started around 2018. Now, I don't know. Now this might be just me, but I wonder was Chicago trying to use R. Kelly as far as a rebound from the drama they had from John Burge?
Probably.
I wouldn't doubt that. They grimy here, man. They low down. It was said on the news, J-Rock, when I worked in a location up north from where I'm at now, a few years ago, it's never been that long, they said Chicago, Illinois was rated amongst one of the most corrupted cities in the nation.
And it's been that way Al Capone, man.
Right, but my thing is though,
the nation.
But my thing is though, Big Vi, I got a question though. My thing is, if you get a nigga in an interrogation room, why is it that the police always go get a cheeseburger or fry and a Pepsi and get to you and get to a nigga, he'll tell his whole soul.
Boy, Progress is the only one I can take a serious situation and make it funny, boy.
God damn. Nigga, the police coming that motherfucker, man. Motherfucker. Hey, nigga, I got a Big Mac. Oh shit. It's about to go down. Everybody going to jail.
Yeah, man. How they operate, man. Yep.
I'm like, God damn, man. I said, what the hell?
Okay. I just put in the private chat the link to the to John Burge on the article when he died in September of 2018. Also, it's got his timeline for his whole career.
Yeah.
All the shit that he's been accused of, that all the grimy allegations.
Yeah.
Yeah, people. He had people on death row.
Yeah.
That have false that have false
conviction.
Yeah.
Coerce. Like the police will get you in there and they get you in that interrogation room, man, and they'll coerce you to say what they want to say.
Yeah. They play a dirty game, man. They play a grimy, low down dirty game, man.
That's why you got to always ask for your lawyer. Ask for a lawyer, man.
Evil. They pure evil. Yeah. Don't forget that. You're dealing with demons. You're dealing with demons. I don't know no other way to say it. You're dealing with demons.
And then I'll be watching it. I'll be watching that stuff on YouTube and on Facebook. Like you got your rights. You got rights, man. And the police will. If you tell a police officer about your rights and anything about that, man, they lying to kill you, man.
They get mad.
They get mad, lying to kill you. They like we ain't got no rights at all. Why was it put there for? if we can't use them, like they did Raw, they violate all that man right. Like he ain't got no rights at all.
I'm gonna show y'all tomorrow again. When we come, we gonna get on this R. Kelly, but I'm gonna show y'all again, like the Vincent Simmons, the guy in Louisiana that did all that time, 44 years. The police officer shot this man during his interrogation. They shot him 3 inches away from his heart, put him on handcuffs in the hospital, in the infirmary, then shipped him to Angola, and never came. And the man was locked up 44 years before he proved that he was innocent. But
oh my God,
shot the man trying to get him to confess to a crime that he didn't commit.
Right.
Then they put it in the chart. They put it in his paperwork that he had a tussle with the police, but y'all didn't charge him with. Y'all didn't. They say he assaulted the police, but he wasn't charged for attempted murder.
oh my God.
Now, if he would have assaulted the police, don't you know they would have charged him? He didn't even get charged with nothing. They just wrote the incident up like it was a casual incident.
Right, like for instance, like I was watching this joint on YouTube, right? And the what they call it, police raid. Man, they raided the wrong house, went in there and shot the man and every damn thing. I said, oh my God, they done went in the wrong house. You can hear them out there on the damn thing talking about, damn, we done messed up, we went in the wrong house. They done shot the man, kicked the man door in.
You gotta send that to me, Progress.
Yeah, I sent to you, but look, they don't shot the man within the wrong house. In the wrong house.
Yep. Hey, Progress. I'm gonna give you another one. During the time of the current mayor here in Chicago, Illinois, these doggone, we call them the slick boys, slickers. Back in the day, we used to call them slick boys. You know what I mean? The detectives, we used to call them slick boys. They raided, they jumped in this woman's house, a sister. She constantly was telling them, you have the wrong house. You have the wrong place. Now, she worked for the city. She worked for the city. The lady, they had to blur it out. The lady was naked, man. They caught the lady off guard. They embarrassed the lady. All the time they're doing that, they in the wrong place, man. They in the wrong place. Just tell you how they do us, bro. Dirty. Even woman officer was laid back and even wasn't even trying to even give the lady something to cover up on. That was all over the news, man. They try to hide that. The mayor wanted to go talk to the lady, you know, one-on-one off guard, because they knew there was going to be some mess.
Right.
They had water her, whatever, a nice, you know, nice one, all of that. But there's nothing, no amount of money, man, for the embarrassment and the disrespect, the trauma that lady experienced, man, on national TV, man.
Right.
And then you know my thing was the man. And look. They know they fucked up, right? When they barged in that man's house and did that, right? You know what they gonna say? Yeah. Where he at? That man said, "I don't know what the hell y'all looking for. What you got going on? Y'all came busting my house, shot the man. Talking about where he at? He and him somewhere. They try to get out that shit they didn't know they were fucked up when they went in that man's house like that. I know he sued the hell out there.
Yeah,
I would.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
Progress, man. I'm gonna send you the link ahead of time, Denzel. I'm gonna send y'all both the link ahead of time of the live.
I appreciate you, man.
We gonna be going by 7, 8 o'clock. Try to avoid any tension going live at the same time as other people. We try to find a safe zone for us to travel in, because you know we ain't got no reverse in this motherfucker.
Well, we said the car going straight, ain't it?
Straight.
That's straight shield.
Right.
Straight ahead. BOP officer, free R.Kelly, injustice across the board on all 4 corners of the globe.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm gonna tell you something, though, B-Vi. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you what attracted me to your channel, man, is because when you first came out, you were doing that coverage of the missing girls that was in Chicago. You remember?
Yeah.
Remember they were the guys walked down the street and they said they heard somebody in the house.
I told people, R. Kelly wasn't lying on Gayle King when he say
That's right.
Girls missing in Chicago. It really is girls chained up in basements in Chicago, but they fuck with him.
Right. He said he ain't got no damn basement.
I appreciate it, man. One thing about this, if I can't be real, I ain't finna be fake. I don't give a fuck. And if
you're a real one.
And I don't get involved in shit that I don't have no knowledge of. I only speak on the shit that I see that's being reported on. I don't know nobody.
Blessings, y'all. Blessings.
You know, I just try to stay straight ahead. Like I say, man, I ain't got no rear view mirror, so I can't look back. I ain't got no reverse, so I can't drive back. We moving straight forward, goddamn.
Running through them all.
B.O.P., Tasha K, we got to win today. Next on the chopping block.
Right.
Just
and I hope that win we got today be manifest into something bigger.
It will, because people don't understand. What they saw today was the head of the snake laying down.
Yeah, she looked like a snake.
Now she don't look like a snake. She looked like a fucking avatar, like she was a star, the key actor in Planet of the Apes.
Boy, I know her husband. Boy, I know her husband wake up in the morning, got that good slob coming out his mouth. He turned on, he was like, God damn.
You see, the thing with Kim Fox is, I think she's still upset because she didn't get an Oscar now for her role as Chewbacca in The Rise of Skywalker. I think she's still.
Oh my God.
She's still a little upset about that. She wasn't even nominated or nothing. And I personally think she should have won because she actually was able to pull it off with no makeup at all.
She might got that comeback now.
Man, Kim Fox.
Just ask her where Han Solo at.
Between Kim Fox and Tyrannosaurus Burst, man, like them motherfuckers came straight out Skid Row.
Well, I said, what the hell? Them motherfucker, what you call that movie?
And they said they victims.
Who the hell?
Somebody took that.
Them niggas were desperate, won't it?
Man, look.
This is the first time I've ever seen.
Hey, look, I remember growing up as a kid, we used to play this game we had no business playing called
How to Go Get.
The ugly girls never hid. They just stood up.
Right.
They said, yeah, come and get me, nigga. Them niggas is like something off Wrong Turn.
Like Three Fingers.
Damn, wrong turn.
God damn, what the hell? They want a drunk night.
Hey, you gonna be like, it's your turn to count 1, 2, 3, 10. So you take out running that one ugly motherfucker. You see her shoes and everything dangling behind it. You ain't even trying to get caught, but I don't want you.
You ran all around her ass. Yeah. Like hell no, nigga. Hell no.
Think about all these people all these people in particular, all these women that have been coming up against R. Kelly. All of them been part of major motion pictures. You got one from Star Wars. You got one from Jurassic Park. You got another one from that actually could have played the role of the Predator. And then all of a sudden you got Jim Daragatis, who's actually a hybrid between
you got one in Space Jams because that nigga had some Jumpmans on jumping over them damn fences. Space Jam, don't get Space Jam now. She should have been in Space Jam.
And then you got Jim Daragatis, who's actually a hybrid between being Fat Bass from Austin Powers,
Turkey Neck,
and Jabba the Hutt from Return of the Jedi. So that's another hybrid. Throw that nigga.
Boy, hey, Gerald, I know that nigga. I know he was happy as hell. He had to get on that stand. Boy,
right now.
Oh, you know he's pissed. No, he's actually pissed right now when he found out them charges got dropped. You know he pissed.
Yo, Fox, why did you drop those charges? I'm pissed.
I'm pissed.
Don't misquote a victim.
I'm calling sparkles. I'm calling Sparkle. So we gonna have to call you. We got to have a sit down.
But it's so funny though.
Don't misquote a victim, man.
Man, them damn victims, man.
Man,
you got real people out here in this world. Out in this world, in this universe that's really been through some shit. And I think that's mocking them people, man.
It is. It really is though. Like that's a big mockery out. The real.
Yeah, that's like throwing that shit in their face.
I don't like that.
Shout out to Courtney for hold on right quick. Shout out to Courtney Love for the Cash App donation, man. It's greatly appreciated, man. Shout out to Courtney, and I think it was Cali Girl, San Francisco. Shout out to her as well for the super chat. If you like to donate to the channel, man, $ Big Val Opinion is running across the ticket at the bottom, man. I salute and love each and every one of y'all that come over and hang out with me every day. Y'all don't understand that this is therapeutic for me. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, you try to get rid of it.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm finna be getting off in a minute, but I like coming on here talking, man. I like the fact that people value my opinion, and I value others' opinions as well. Man, people don't understand, man. You know, you go through a lot as an individual, and to have a safety net that you can go to and have a fucking conversation. You can't talk to anybody. Everybody can't hold a conversation. And when I come on my platform, it helps me to be able to hold a conversation with you all each and every day because, you know, me and my son, we sit here and talk. I'm a single father, raising my son every day. I don't have a day off of being a parent, working a full-time job. You know, it's a lot of shit that I got questions about. But you know what? I come on here, I see my brothers that I didn't form my brotherhood. I talk to you guys more than I talk to my blood brother. There's no cap. I talk to you guys more than I talk to a lot of my family members. Because this is my own family I have created right here. Big Val Opinion in the rest of the game. I don't just call somebody my uncle if I don't value their opinion. My brothers, J-Rock, Progress, Denzel, Dean, Derek, Sir Miguel, Lil Mac, Dana J,
Jeff
Taylor. I really enjoy hanging out on this platform with you guys. So I don't want the time to pass by without me telling y'all how much I appreciate what y'all do for me. Yeah, it's my platform, but it's for everybody.
And your platform is growing.
It is.
Your platform is growing. And be honest, this is the only non-negative platform you can go on. And speak your mind and you know what I'm saying?
I try to stay away from the negativity. Shout out to Lavish Lady, Miss Toy, Nisimo, the ladies, a few of the ladies that do come over. Shout out to Miss V White, Sipping, Miss Lady T, all of the ladies that come over, Caramel, Georgia Girl, all of them, man. I hate to call names, but I'm telling y'all, man, I appreciate every single one of you all that come over and hang in the chat with us because y'all be in the chat. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I never knew how to look at like the chat shit like that. I found out, man, when I go and look and see how many messages was going on in the chat while we were on live, man, it'd be 1,000+ messages going. So that means people conversating, they liking what we're talking about.
Right.
As long as we keep the healthy, positive conversation going, it's going to gravitate to people. It's going to grow. And we're going to continue to give it to them. I'm going to continue to be raw. I can't be nothing but raw. And one of my OGs told me that. He said, man, look, nephew, whatever you doing, like, just make sure you raw with it. I say, man, that's me. He say, yeah. He say, because real always win. When you're real, you're going to always win.
Yep. Right.
And that's what you see me. I'm real. I'm raw. Every time I come on this platform, I don't hide my emotions. I express how I feel. But guess what? I know how to mind my fucking business if it ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yep, that's all.
We say stay out the way and stay in your own lane.
Yep.
Long as they ain't talking about you, you good.
Even if they talk about me,
they shouldn't.
Hey, Progress. Even if they
shouldn't.
talk about me, I don't even give a damn.
But
as long as they don't interfere in my day-to-day progress, I could give a fuck about what they say about me. They judge Jesus Christ and he died for us all. Who made Big Vi different? I ain't exempt from being talked about, but all what you answer to.
Yo, Vi.
Can't take me off my square like that.
Yo,
right. You got to stand on it. You got to stand on your square.
What up, bro? What up,
corners.
As long as you good and little man good, that's the only thing that counts.
That's it. They fuck around with this household, then y'all gonna say free Big Vi.
I gonna say what? We say free Big Vi.
Shoot, we ain't gonna say no Big Vi, man. But in case maybe situations like that, you ain't gotta worry, man. If the bill ain't too
come get
crazy,
me, just
man.
know. Hey, I'm gonna call tell the team to come get me, man. I was in the right. That's all you need to know.
No, we
exactly. As long as like the bill ain't like $1 million or something, man.
I ain't got shit, but I don't think I ain't got shit, but I don't think I'll leave you in there.
I'm gonna tell them Progress my lawyer. Progress is my lawyer.
Oh Lord. I don't know, man. I might can defend you now.
Hey, look. I tell him Progress my lawyer. I look up his ass right outside me.
Well, damn. Hey, you know what I'm gonna say? You know what I'm gonna say, Big Vi? I'm gonna say, how we gonna do this? I was like, shit, if I'm right beside him, both of us if I'm right beside him, both of us in that motherfucker, I'm like, hey, Big Vi, how we gonna do this now?
I would say, let's call J-Rock or Sir Miguel.
Hey, line. They get us up out this shit.
Call the Prophet Derek.
I would say, J-Rock, how we gonna get out this shit now?
Okay, you're gonna have to give me a date when all this shit went down. Maybe I can piece something together real quick. You're gonna have to give me something.
Hey, in my Kevin Hart voice, it's about to go
come to get me out. How the fuck you get in here?
Shit. Hey, Big Vi. Hey, Big Vi, you can get out. I'll probably be stuck in that motherfucker. Like, what the hell? Nigga, I can't make bun. Oh shit, my shit in grand jury.
I was one to defend him.
God damn, both of them there.
Man, I'm over here in tears, man.
I'm like, that fuck.
Man, let's just hope your judge ain't Ann Donnelly. Ann Donnelly, your judge. Oh shit.
Oh Lord, you an R. Kelly supporter. Oh,
hey,
I got your
Cloud
ass.
and Ray. We're gonna be Cloud and Ray, man.
They gonna be like, yo, they gonna like, yeah, Ann Donnelly. Hey, that's an R. Kelly supporter. Oh shit.
You know that.
Motherfucker, he going down today. I can't get no bun. Nah. You can't get no damn bun day. I was like, oh Lord.
Oh man.
Boy, I'm crying tears, man.
Shit, I can't get no damn bun. I would say a bit vibe kite. I said bit vibe. I'm gonna say a bit vibe kite. Hey man, don't forget me, man.
Hey, I got
don't forget me, man. Don't forget me, man. Shit, man. Damn. I tried to defend you, man, but shit, hell.
Boy, you got me crying over here, bro. No lie, man. I got real tears coming down my face.
I'm gonna see you a kite, man. Shit.
Hey, that kite gonna say, Big Vi, I got pending charges. Why the fuck you come up here then?
What the hell you said? I can see you look at me now. Damn. Damn, Progress. I can't help you this time, buddy. You got to handle that other shit yourself.
Oh man, it's
Boy,
so
I'm
wrong.
crying tears, man.
And then now they're gonna jump right back in, and you're gonna be like, you know what? You know she mad because they couldn't find the damn tapes, right? And Donnelly was still gonna be upset because she couldn't find them damn tapes.
Nah, that bitch gonna call a sidebar. Sidebar. Side no, hell no. Sidebar.
Sidebar in, man.
Sidebar.
Oh, more sidebars in the history of law, man.
Man, sidebar in when playing, man.
That's her name.
What's up, Linda? What's going on, Linda Alexander?
That nigga would call us so many sidebars that make no damn sense, man. I said, what the
Sidebar
hell?
in, man. That's sidebar in, man.
Changing it. She was changing the indictment, changing the words and then everything. I said, what? She making it fit to be guilty.
Who the heck does that?
Boy, man, I done cry. Man, I'm over here crying, bro. I'm gonna sleep good tonight, man. I swear. Laughter
man.
is good for the soul, and this is what we needed, man. I swear to God, man.
Will I be damned?
What damn progress is hell, boy.
Will I be damned?
I'm gonna come pick you up. Shit, we both gonna be.
Well, hell, man. I ain't got no damn penny charge. I got some. I ain't got no penny, man.
Man,
I got a free.
Charlie Brown.
Damn, I do rate.
Man, I'm done, man. Man, I really ain't got nothing else to say.
Yeah,
Man, I didn't enjoy myself in this thing tonight, boy. The car down there out of gas.
Yes,
Come on, man.
We had passed up the gas station laughing.
We might go to Shells and get you some unleaded.
We gonna have to cipher some out, man. We gonna have to pull over by another car, cipher some out. I ain't putting my mouth on the hose though.
Well, I be down. We gonna be on the side of their road then. We got the hitchhike.
Hey, we fucking around. Hey, look, program. We run out of gas on the side of the road. Them 5 cops might pull up, man.
Man.
Oh Lord,
they locked up now.
They can't whoop both our ass.
Right.
No, if they whooping, I'm gone.
Shit, that man, he was gone. They called his ass.
In Texas Hold'em, they say you gotta know when to hold, you gotta know when to fold. If them 5 motherfuckers come, they gonna have to catch up.
Right.
And then look, I'm driving straight to the police station. When they catch me, I'll be at front of that motherfucker.
Why you kept going? I was taking myself to jail.
Fuck that. They ain't lying. Hell no. You catch me on no back road with my motherfucking ass.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to the police station. Arrest me here, sir. Here I go.
Man.
You ain't even got to impound the car. It's already there.
Yeah.
You ain't got to impound that motherfucker there. It's already there.
Man.
You whoop my ass in front of the police station there. No, something ain't right about that one.
Right.
Damn.
Man, boy, I done laughed my ass off.
You done missed your calling, bro.
Shit. Man, fuck that. I'm going where some light at, where some people at.
Damn right.
You can catch me on that back road. I'll run. If I'm on the back road, driving my car on the back road, police get behind me, they're gonna have to follow me all the way to the damn stove. I take that charge. And know what I'm gonna tell the judge. The judge gonna say, why you ain't stop? I said, man, shit. On a back road, country road, dark? No.
Hey, look, I made the court.
At the stove.
Why did it stop? I wanted to make it to court, goddamn.
They ain't lying. Shit, the way y'all killing people out here these days, shit, I won't be where some folk at. I won't be where some folk at. Lots of light. Shit.
Man,
You get me for what? What's that charge they get you for that?
Ain't it bad? You run evading police?
Yeah, evading. No, not
Evading police.
alluding.
Alluding
Man,
police.
I just had to get that one. Cause
They
damn,
say
you gonna get
playing GTA.
damn, you get me on them back road. Hell no, I might not make it out of there.
Keep going.
To the no.
Right, I'm going
You
with
had
some
your
white.
lights on. Wait, hey, I get out the car. You had your lights on. How long you had your lights on? You been following me for 5 miles? How the hell did I not see your lights flashing?
Shit.
I gotta tell him. I forgot I ain't got no rear view mirror.
I'm gonna tell that motherfucker. I said, man, these police out here killing niggas these
You better
days.
pull me over from the front, cause I don't see shit in the back.
I ain't even see you back there. I'll mind my business going. How you said, going forward.
Going forward.
Shit, I'll mind my business. Damn, you gonna get me.
For real, man.
Go ahead and humbly, respectfully bow on out. We made it in. We settled in now. Man, I came in on a little bit, but man, I enjoyed myself. I'll catch the replay.
Oh yeah, man. We finna lay it down, man. I appreciate you guys again, man. And ladies in the chat, shout out to the queens, man. Y'all are queens. Continue to be queens. Represent yourselves as queen. Carry yourself as queen.
Please,
and you're always a queen.
Yes, sir.
And stand up for us brethren that you know are trying our best to walk the righteous path and stand in the doorway of our homes and protect our communities. Stand up by our side, sisters. We need you like never before. You see what's going around across this country. We need to bring ourselves tight knit in, the men and the women, and teach our children and protect our communities the best way we know how. And we just got to pray for the mercy and the grace of the Most High to help intervene in the hearts of these individuals that's supposed to be governing our community and our city. And that's my last words, nephew.
Take us out with a prayer, Unc, man. It was a good live. Give me one from the belly tonight, Unc.
It caught me off guard on that one, nephew.
Just give us a word to just close out with.
Father God, we just want to pause right now and just say thank you most of all for your goodness and just for your mercy, Father God. Sometimes we don't understand what happens in our communities across the globe, Father God, but we do recognize that you have taught us to understand that there's an evil one that has got into the heart and the minds of the individual. So every family that's represented in this chat, Father God, we just ask you to help us to understand what we need to do from this day moving forward. Bless the host, Big Vibe. Bless his heart. Bless his mind. Bless his hands. Everything that he touched, may it prosper. May he shield and guard his children like never before. And everything he touched, may it be blessed from above. Forgive us for our sins where we have fallen off, where we've blown it, where we have just went off track. Renew our strength, Father God. Keep us in the midnight hour. Touch our mind. Deliver, heal, set free. Help us to let go of the past. Anything that has been hurting us. Any unforgiveness, any bitterness, any deep-rooted hatred and what we got. Help us to release that and get the help that we need to navigate through this thing called life so we can be the best version that you have endowed us to be, so that everywhere we go, we can touch individuals and be a help and encouragement for them.
Amen.
So we just ask this right now. In Christ's name, we thank you for already doing it, and we just claim it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Unc. Thank you, Unc, man. Praise God for that.
Yeah.
And that's how we go in the live tonight. My brother Dean, I love you, bro. Unc, I love you. Giselle, I love you. Progress, I love you.
Love you, gentlemen.
Stay vigilant. They out here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they are here. Justice, man.
Yeah.
Just I see equality.
Yeah. Keep putting that in our social media platforms and our community pages so that they can address this. All right, gentlemen. All right, chat. Y'all be blessed. I'm going bow on out.
You too, all. God bless.
Yes, sir.
Next time, y'all.
All right, G.
Yeah, take it easy.